Welcome back to my channel. Starting the project, let's discuss what we are building today here in the MERN stack. Okay, so I have already uploaded the front end video for the designing, and also these are the requirement to make. We need to create the API for those which are required for the one of the secured application. So because of that, we need the secure authentication system, and I try to cover all the sections that we required for the secure system. Okay, so get started. What are the things we need to building and what are the functional requirement? User registration, user login, password management, profile management, access control, security, feedback, and this one is the simple flow diagram, and I will discuss also you the in-depth diagram. So from where we are, how we are handling the access control, security measures, and logging monitoring. Okay, user activity, and then also the profile management, user login, and then the reset password, forget password. I have created the flow diagram. Let's start with the user registration. Form submission, input validation, password encryption, database storage, and the email verification. And after that also we will deal with the authentication login system. So in the login system we will have the form, validate email or username by email or username, check password, generate the OTP. In this OTP we will have the generate the JWT token and start the session and login success. Okay, so in the JWT, and we are handling the JWT in the different way. So there will be the in the JWT, when there will be the access token and then the refresh token. We will have the two token, and the access token will be used for the to get the resource from the server, and the refresh token, once the access token get expired, we will again get the access token by using the refresh token. Okay, and start the user session, login success, and the profile view, there will be the view profile, edit profile, and update the information. And the check user roles, restrict access to protected routes. Security measures, for the security measures we will use the rate limiting for login attempts, input validation for SQL injection, and XSS. Use the HTTPS for secure transmission, and log user activity, handle errors gracefully, secure and monitoring logs. And for the reset password, for change password, there will be the authenticated user request, password change, valid old password, and update the hashed password. Okay, and user request, here in the reset will be having user request, password reset, and send the email with the reset link, and verify token and allow the password reset, update hashed password in the database. So that will achieve here. And the user feedback, display success or failure message, send notification on important actions. Okay, these all things we gonna implement here. Okay, let's start. So before starting, please subscribe. If you haven't subscribed my channel, then please subscribe and share. If this video is very helpful, please let me know in the comment as well. And if you want to improve my video quality or anything, there is a confusion, then please let me know. Also I have the email address, so from there you can communicate with me, and I have also the Discord link. So without wasting a time, let's start the project. Okay, before working, let me check what we have done previously. We have just created the node server, right, which is serving on the port that is 5500, right? So now what we can do, we have the get request as well, and now I'll directly go for the routes, create the route folder, and switch from where we can handle this route part. Okay, so I will create the route folder, routes, and also for the schema what we required the models, right? So I will create the model outside models, and there is a routes. So for the auth, I will define the routes name as auth routes.js. Okay, so let me store that in the express. First express, this will gives us the router. So the router will be express.router, right? So this will gives us the router, and let me create one variable called router, and we are storing that assigning that router inside this router. Okay, after that what you can do, you can directly export that models. So in order to export, you just need to do export that modules dot exports is equals to router. You are just exporting this router. You are getting that router in the variables, and we are assigning we will register the routes in this variable. Let's say router dot get. Okay, you will register this part and slash users and API. You will get the request, and from the server you will pass the response. Okay, so this will take the callback. This one is the callback function. Okay, so same for the register. For the register, I will give the name convention as the register, and the register, the method could be post, because we will get the request, we will get the data from the request body, and we'll store that. So this could be the post request. After that, we will have the login routes, right? So in the same way, login also have the post request, and the route will be login. Okay, and for the logout, also you can give it as the post request, because we need to get the token from there. One thing, you need to make sure that these routes should not match each other. Okay, to get the collection of users. Okay, user models, right? I think we haven't installed the mongoose. Let me see. Yeah, we have only import the express and then the node one, right? So let me install that mongoose. You can directly go mongoose official, or directly add npm mongoose. From this mongoose, you can copy this URL and paste. Okay, make sure you should be in the auth projects. Okay, your directory should be in the auth projects. Okay, this is installed, and also the dependency is available here, right? So we make sure that the mongoose installed, and const mongoose. Now we can get that mongoose, and I store that in the mongoose variable. Require mongoose. Okay, we are getting that from the mongoose. And also from the mongoose, what we can get, we can get schema. Okay, because we need to define the schema, so we require this schema. So how we gonna define the schema? You can give new schema, and inside this you just define the key. What will be the field name will be the username, and then the type for the username you can add as a string, and the required, because we required that username, so required, for the require you make it as a true, and also make sure this username should be unique, right? Unique, true, and match. I have already created the regex for that. Let me copy and I will paste. Okay, after that we need to have the email. For the email, you need to have the type string, and required true, and also we need to have the unique true, right? And for the rest of the case, we have the password. We have the password and the password require true. Once the login is done, then we need to store the refresh token as well. Okay, so for that reason I will also create the field for refresh token and the type string for the refresh token, and also we need to store the OTP. Once the user registered successfully, then they will get the OTP, right? So that OTP will be stored in this field. So the type string, max length shouldn't be more than 6, and after that we need to have the email verified status. Okay, email verified. Okay, so for the email verified, it should take the boolean. Okay, it should take the boolean, and then the default value will be false. So in the initial case, when the user register, the email verified should be false, right? So after creating this schema, I will just assign that in this variable. After that, I will simply mongoose dot model models and define that in the user and user schema. I will pass the user schema that we have just created here, user schema, and assign that in one variable, that is user. Okay, and module dot exports is equals to users. Okay, in this way we have successfully defined the user schema. So after that, request that data. Okay, what are the data we are getting from the front end? That means we are getting from the API. Okay, so instead of data we have the body, requested body, and const data will be requested body, right? So I will just to verify, I will response that back to the API. So for that, what you can do, response that send and the data. Okay, you can simply returning that data to the API. So from where we can check, you need to use that API, right? So for that, before that, app.use, we have just created /API, right, /auth. So instead of getting in this way, so we will create one index.js, export that file from here. Okay, this will centralize our code and also looks clean. Okay, so what I can do, require auth routes and const, I will assign this in one variable that will be auth routes, and I will simply export. Okay, module dot exports is equals to, what you can do, you can simply export the auth routes. Okay, so once you export this auth routes, we are facing some issues. Let me check what was the issue we are facing. See, the auth routes is not defined, so we need to define inside this, right? So from where we get the auth routes, we get the auth routes from index now. Okay, auth routes, we are getting auth routes from the routes, that is the index file. Okay, this will organize our file. Let's make sure whether it is working fine or not. I will go to the Postman and I will simply create one collection for that auth project, and I will add the collection, and we are requesting from localhost 5000 APIs /auth/register, right? So we need to pass the value, right? So for that I will go to the body and then raw, and I will make sure that should be in the JSON. Okay, the paste and also the email at gmail.com, and also what we required the password, to simply add the password. Okay, let me send. Whether it is working, let's make sure this one is the post request, right? So let me send preview. In the raw, what we are getting, we are not getting anything, right? We have sent this data, but we are not getting the data. So for that, what you can do, you can simply parse the data. We are forgot to parse the data. Go to the index, and before this, sorry, we need to parse inside the index, right? So how you can parse? App.use express. We are getting the express from here, express.json. So in this way you can parse the JSON, right? So because we are parsing the data in the JSON, we are passing the data in the JSON, right? So here now you can see code with the base and then the email and then the password, right? Now we simply create that file, okay, inside the routes. So inside the routes, okay. So before doing that, I will do one thing. I will create the controller, okay, controllers, okay, and inside the controller I will create the file called auth controller, okay. So inside the auth controller I will create the function called register exports dot register controller, and I will simply get that. And here what we are getting the request comma response that next, okay. Now I'll go to the auth and I will simply copy, okay, because I'm instead of callback I will bring that controller here, okay. Just Control X, and then what was the function name? Register controller, okay, register controller, and from here you can simply paste that here, okay. So we are already extending. Let me remove this one and Control Z, and I will give only equals to and then paste that copied past part, okay. And what I have done right now, I have taken the request body and just returning that in the response.send, and whatever the data we are getting from the API request, I am just sending back to the response. Now let me check. See, this is also working fine, right? So after that, what we can do, here you can see I will create the I will do all the functionality inside here, okay. So what are the things I am getting? I am getting the username, password, and email, right? We are getting email, we are getting username, email, password, right? And I will just add try catch. So inside that try catch, I will at first before creating this one, so I will create the user at first. New user, because we are getting the user from the collection of models, right? From the models we get that users, and const data. Okay, so this one is the data, this one is the schema we are getting from the user collection, right? So the data means that we are creating the schema in here. Data holds that key, right? What was the key? Username. Inside that username, what we can pass? The username that we have get from the body. Okay, we are passing that in this way. Okay, after that, data dot password you can pass in this way. Okay, and also data dot username, password, email, and email. Okay, and data dot save. We are dealing with a database, so for that reason what we need to do, we need to async and await, because it will take time to save the data, right? So after that, const saved data response dot status. So if the result is created, in that case you need to pass 201. The JSON error false, and the data will be the saved data. Okay, we haven't created the connection for the MongoDB, right? So quickly create the connection below here. For that, you need to create the connection URL. So for the connection URL, let me for now, in later on we'll manage in the env file. So for now, I will simply add the db URL. Okay, in the db URL, I will get the URL from the MongoDB compass. So this one is the URL. Okay, I'll bring that here. And just pass the database name. What could be the database name? Project. Okay, and after that, you just need to add the mongoose URL. So for that, you need to get the mongoose dot connect. At the first parameter, you need to pass the MongoDB URL, and you need to add use. This one is just a connection string. Okay, if the connection is done, in that case, then you will get the response in then, right? So you will get the response in the then, in the callback console.log connected to MongoDB. Okay, but there also be the chance of error, right? So for in that case, you need to catch that. So error console log MongoDB. Okay, now let's check. Connected to MongoDB. That means we are getting this statement. That means this is connected successfully. Only when the result will be success, in that case only we will head over to the then. Otherwise we will get to the cache, right? So this one is working fine. Now let's try again. See, now we can create the username, password, and then the email. So before that, you just head over to the auth router. So here you need to check that whether that user is exist or not, right? check that user. So user dot find one by, so you need to find that by email. No, not only for the emails, you need to find by the two case, right? So for that, what you can do, you can simply check the OR condition. So MongoDB, how you can check the OR condition? OR, okay. So you need to pass the possible case. That one is email, and we need to check with the email. So because of that, we need to have the multiple property. So for that, we are passing into the array, right? Or condition means the multiple condition that should be satisfied. So username, okay. So if this one is the ES6, once the key and value, so value the value that is getting from the API and then the key, if both are same, then we don't need to pass separately in this way, okay. Email, just simply pass in this way. And after that, if, and also we need to pass the await. Now const user exists. If we find the user, find one, in this case user exists, right? So if you get the users, if user exists, then in that case you simply return that, return user, return response 401 error true, and then the message you can simply provide as already exist, okay, already exist. Now let me pass that with the same value. The email and the username both are same, right? Let me pass this username with email or username already exists, right? So you are not allowed it to store that value. So this condition also we have checked. Now here you can see before storing the file, so what just we need to required, we need to hash the password, right? To hash the password, we just need to install a package called bcrypt. So let me go for the bcrypt package. Here you will get the package, how you gonna install, and let's go and let's kill the terminal and install the bcrypt. Okay, once you install the bcrypt, then you can see that inside these modules, see the bcrypt is there, right? So after that, inside this password field, before storing this package, okay, before storing that package, we just need to have that password to be bcrypt, right? So if the user is exist, after that you can you start to store that data to the database, right? So before that, let's bcrypt, let's hash the password, okay. So in order to hash the password, at first we required the bcrypt, and so require bcrypt, and you can store that in any variable. So I'll keep the bcrypt, and after that you can go here And for the bcrypt, what we need to know, yeah, for the bcrypt, at first we need to require, and we need to add the plain text, that is our password. So let's follow this way. Okay, what you can do for the async, let's make the salt rounds. Let's give the round, let's salt rounds, and const hashed password. For this you need to provide the await, and the bcrypt library we have enabled bcrypt dot hash. So this will take the two parameters, two arguments. One is password and the another is salt round. Okay, that we have just added salt round. Here you will get the hash password, and you simply add that hash password. Okay, once you add the hash password, npm start, and now let's go to the postman and check whether it is working as expected or not. Okay, now registered, and let me change the username as well, username, and then the email as well, and then let's send. Now you can see we are getting the hash password, right? So we have also stored that hash password. Let me check in the compass, the auth project. Here is the auth project, and we have the user collection, and for now we have the two users. One has the hash password, another has the plain password, right? So we have successfully stored the hash password as well. Now for this one, let's make the service folder, so from where you can reuse that functionality. Okay, for that you need to add the services for the particular functions. Okay, that means the auth controller. So for that you can make the auth services. In the auth services, what you have, we have this logic, right? So let me copy from here to here and go to the auth services. Inside the auth services, async function find user by email or username, because we have the two parameters to find whether it is a user or the email. Okay, so for that, email and username we are passing through this function. Okay, user supposed to get this username and email, and simply we will paste this word and await, find one, and the user will be coming from the user model and return. Okay, return, and after that module dot exports is equals to, what was the function we have created? Find by email or username, right? Now let's go there and utilize this. Instead of this, let's go here and remove this one, replace this one, and simply pass the argument as email and password. So that is coming from the body, request body, and we have simply passed that user find user email and then the password. This we have just created in the service. Okay, so after that what we can do, we also have the hash password. Okay, for the hash we will create the separate folder, that is utils. So for now, what you can understand, utils means the global function. So that utils is not only belongs to one function, like this is just a helper function, and we can utilize this in everywhere wherever you need required. Okay, so because of those purpose, I am creating the separate folder that is called utils, and inside the utils I will just get create a file called hash password. So, and we will use this as a globals, and we need to have const hash password async. What we are getting the password from there. Okay, we expect the password with this function, and let me copy from the auth controller this one. Okay, and inside the hash password I will paste that here. Return that hash password. Okay, return that hash password, and this bcrypt is coming from the bcrypt library, right? And we need to in order to utilize this function in the other component module dot exports and the hash password, this one. Okay, and we just require this one here, right? So let's put the await, and what we need to pass the password, right? So the password is coming from here, and we pass the password simply and await, and const we store in the hash password and we enabled here, right? Now let's check whether it is working as expected or not, and change the username and then the email both, and let's send. So let's check what was going here. Hash password is not defined. Let me install this from the utils. Now let's check again, send. See, it is working, right? The password is also decrypting, and we are utilizing the utils function. Let me put the comment, this one for. After that we have the user save also, right? So for this also you can create in the service, because this function is only utilizes inside this auth controller, right? So because of that we have created the service folder. Now create the function async function and create user. Okay, and what we gonna get, username, email and password we gonna get from there. Then we'll just copy and paste. We'll just copy this one and paste it here. Okay, we get the password, email, save data, and we simply gonna return this one over the save data, and you're gonna pass that in the export. Now you can utilize here store user. Now create the user, and from where we're gonna get from the service username, password. So password key, hashed password, email. Yeah, these three things we need to pass, right? So, and we need to await this, await const saved data. If you want to show this data in the response, then you can store, otherwise you don't need to store. Okay, so for now we just store, because we need to show in the response as well what are the data we are storing right now. So let me check, and I think we haven't forgot to import. Let me check. Store function, yeah, that was created. And now let's check controls. Sorry, let's go to the postman and change the data, and now let's pass. See, everything is working, but in the password this is not working fine, right? So what was the issue here inside this password? Let me go here, and the hash password, sorry, we need to pass the hashed password, right? Now let's check. Now what we need to check, we just pass this ml, now let's pass this. See, now this one is working fine, right? So we have also utilizes this one properly, and Also bcrypt we don't require here, and the user modules also not required here. Now I think this looks clean, right? This one is for store user and this one is for response. Let's go for the login quickly. I will copy this one and paste below, and this one is login controller. We need to find the user. If the user exists, if the user not exist, then what we need to do, we need to pass error is true, and also we need to check the password, right? Once this is done, we need to check whether the password is correct or not. So for that we have the utils. Let me go in the utils and create another function. Create another function for the compare password as well. So compare password, and we're gonna take password and hashed password, and we simply gonna return that. Return await bcrypt compare password, that the password user has inputted password, and the hashed password that we have stored. Okay, we just pass that here and this way, and since we are passing in the object in the collection of the function, so how you gonna check inside the auth controller. Let's go for the, I will remove this one, and the auth services also I will remove, and the modules also I will remove for now. Auth routes also I will remove. Auth controller, inside the auth controller, there we're gonna check compare password, right? Compare password, and let's get that compare password both. Hash password is one and another is compare password. Okay, we're gonna get that, and after that, if the password is correct, if this is true, but what in the case if that is not true? If the hashed password is not true, in that case what we gonna do, we're gonna copy this one, and this one is unauthorized access, right? That is 401, and okay, and then after that what you gonna do, let me check whether it is working or not. Let me remove this store function as well, and just check the hashed password. Sorry, instead of hashed password, correct password. So we'll check, and if the correct password is not true, then in this case we're gonna check. And now let me get that user exist console log, user exist, and the correct password. Now before that, let's go to the auth controller. Inside the auth controller, we need to get this login controller, right? We have already exports from here, so we don't need to export in below. So let's go to there, and instead of this, replace by auth control login controller, and let's import this. Then we need to go to the login routes, right? So let's go there, get the new request. This request name is register, and another request route, add new request for login. I'll copy this one and paste inside the login, and instead of user, I'll remove the username. I'll just pass username, email, and then the password. Okay, so let's check you can see here data and the hash argument required. Okay, so the compare password, we have the password and we need to pass the hash. The hash is from the user exist what we are getting. So let's remove this and get the users, and what we're gonna pass, user password, right? So that is the hash password, because this will provide us the users. This will provide us the users, and then we're gonna pass the user password. Okay, now let's check in the response in the console what we are getting. User exists not defined. Sorry, user is not defined. Where is that? Where we have used user exist? Sorry. Now let's check. Now let's go outside. Here passwords user saved. This one is also not required. Now let's send again. False. Okay, that means we got the user as well, I guess. See, we are getting the users, and from the corrected password, from the correct password, we are getting true. Okay, so if this one is not true, if the compare password is not true, in that case, that means false. In that case, we'll return password does not exist, right? And what we're gonna do in the next step, if the user correct password, compared password is not there, then we're gonna send that. And so in the users, see, in the users what we are getting the password, right? So user password, so we are sending the stored password. Previously while registering, we have the hash the password, and we are storing in our database, and we are getting that users and the current password, and we are comparing those. Okay, I think this makes sense for you. After that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna get the token. If the login is done, we need to pass the token, right? So for that, let's go for the JWT, which provides us the token, JWT, and let's install this one, this package, which gives us the token. Okay, now let's check. See, the token is stored successfully, and I will start the server again. npm start. Okay, I'll remove this one and go here. And before this, what we're gonna take, we're gonna get the token, right? Once everything is matched, and let's assign this in the variable called JWT. Here get, we need to get the token. So so JWT will provide us the token. So the JWT that sign, we need to provide the data. Let's give the data as email. That is the data. Sorry, we are having the user, right? User email, and let's provide the ID as well. ID user dot ID. Okay, we're gonna provide the secret, secret for this. So for now, I'll give the login secret, secret. Okay, and after that, you're gonna give the expiration. So for the expiration, you simply provide expires in 1 day. Okay, this will also work. And so for the better, this will expire to recent. So because of that, I will provide the 60 into 60 second. That means 60 into 60 let token. So we'll check here. Okay, token. Now let's pass that send, and now let's check. We are getting the token as well, right? So also we require the refresh token. One is the token and another is the refresh token. Okay, token. So why we are adding the two tokens? So this token will have the shorter duration. Okay, this refresh token we are adding for the longer period, that means 7 day. And what is the effective use of the refresh token is, let's suppose if the token is already expired, in that case the refresh token will be stored in the cookie, and we will get that refresh token and we will verify whether the refresh token is active or not. If the refresh token is active, we will again provide the new token. So let's suppose you already logged in that system, and if your token is expired, so in that case what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply check whether the refresh token is there. If the refresh token is there, we're gonna validate that refresh token, and the refresh token, from that refresh token we will generate the new token, and user will not need to log in again, and they will use that new token. Okay, so I think this makes sense. If you are not clear, then you can mention me. Okay, the refresh token is there, and I will provide token as the token and a refresh token, and for the refresh token, this one is the access token. Okay, I'll provide as access token. Now let's check. See, we are getting the token and then the access token. Okay, we have the user. Because of that purpose, we are creating the refresh token field in the model. User dot refresh token, right, and user await user dot save. So that means this will update. So after that, what you need to do, we need to add these tokens inside the cookie. Okay, response dot cookie. So the access token is this access token, and let's provide the HTTP only, because this will only work for the HTTP only. True, and then the secure, true. So also for the refresh token data user. Okay, now let's check, let's pass, and we are getting the users as well, refresh token as well, and then the access token. So we have successfully updated this one, right? So inside this user data, a refresh token is there because we have just updated this part inside this one. See, we created the token. Okay, we created the token and we updated the token here, and then this is reflecting here. Okay, so once the login is done, they will get the token and they will use that particular token. And for this purpose, let's make this reusable. How we gonna make that reusable? Let's go to the utils. Inside the utils, let's make the file called auth handler, and inside the auth handler, what you can do, simply get that auth controller token. Inside this auth handler, we will simply get this auth handler and create a function. Okay, const generate tokens and async data, and inside this we're gonna paste this one, generate the token and return token and refresh token. We'll pass this, and after that what you're gonna do, you're gonna simply pass that generated token modules dot exports token. Okay, now you're gonna get this generated token inside the auth controller here, because we need to pass the refresh token as well, right, from the token. So this will get us a token, but what we need to pass, we need to pass the users, right? And simply pass the user. This will work. User and the user token. Users is there, we are passing the users, and await const tokens. Tokens is equals to, we are getting the tokens, and tokens dot refresh token, we are getting the token from there, generate, or you're simply gonna do token and refresh token. This will also work, the same use. Okay, refresh token. Let's check. Let's pass this one. See, this one is working fine, right? Same we have done. We are generating the tokens, and so we are not handling the error, right? So for that, let me handle the errors. So for that, let me create a constructor, okay, because every time we need to set the error, right? So we create a constructor that is a error handler in the utils, because in the global we need to make it, and we need to call everywhere error handler.js. Now create a class error handler extends. You're gonna in the class you need to extend the error, right? And constructor, and what we gonna pass, message and status code, right? Status code, and I'll show you how we gonna pass status code as argument, and super we're gonna take the message, and this dot status code is equals to status code, and then this status is equals to backslash. We need to provide the status code at first, and dot starts with 4. That means the 404, and then the 401, and everything, the error starts with the 4. Okay, we're gonna catch that status code, and if that starts with 4, then that is failed. Okay, the response is failed, there is something went wrong, like unauthorized or everything. Okay, and if there is no any other error status code, then we simply gonna pass error. Okay, and this dot is operational is equals to true, and error dot capture the stack trace, this dot constructor. And now we're gonna simply module export is equals to error handler. Now this error handler is accessible in anywhere where we use. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the error handler in the middleware, because we're gonna check in the middleware. So because of that, I will create one folder that is middleware. Okay, inside that middleware's error middleware. Now let's create one function, const error handler is equals to, we're gonna take the first argument as error request response, and then the next. Okay, and then error dot status code, error dot, because we're gonna capture that error here. and then the error.status code. If there is a status code, then we're gonna take the status code, otherwise we're gonna take the solver error, that is 500. Okay, and after that what you're gonna do, error.status is equals to error status, and for the status what you're gonna show, error simply, right? And response.status error dot status code, that status code we are getting from there, and dot JSON status as error dot status, and the message error, whatever the error we are captured, the message we gonna pass here. Okay, now we need to export these modules as well. Export modules dot exports is equals to error handler. Now what you're gonna do, you simply go to the auth controller, and now what you gonna do, we simply pass the error handler to the utils. Let's suppose here. Okay, in this case I'll replace this one and remove this line and throw new error handler. Okay, error handler that is coming from the utils, and we're gonna pass the first argument as user already exists and 400. Okay, user already exists, and same we're gonna implement in other as well, wherever we have check. And so in this case, in the cache, what we're gonna do, next error, so we need to catch in the middleware, right? So we're gonna pass error, and here also we're gonna simply replace by this 401, and simply I will replace this with return with the throw. And same case for here as well. I'll copy and then paste. So in this case, what we're gonna pass, we're gonna pass this error in the next in the middleware, right? That we have I have already created that one as well. Error. Now index here, after all the error we cached, so in here app that use the error handler, that is the middleware. So whatever we have passed in the next, that will catch here. Okay, so if there is from the error from the try catch, that will go here and take the response, and whatever the error is there, we're gonna pass simply. Okay, now let's go and check. We're gonna simply throw error. Okay, let's go there, and inside this let's pass incorrect username and check what we're gonna see. Next. Okay, I think the next is we haven't implemented, right? Where is that? We don't have the next. This we're gonna take here, and also for another function, next we're gonna pass this way. Let's pass this one. See, status code failed, and the username, the message, the user doesn't exist. Okay, now we don't need to pass the return functions there. Now this will all handle. So we have also completed the error middleware as well, error handlers. This is the things that we have created, like registration controller we have done. One thing you have noticed, like, let me show you from the flow. Once the user will get registered, in that case what we need to do, we need to send the email verification, right? So the email verification they will receive in their respective mail, right? So let's complete this verification, email verification as well, and they will get the verification OTP, okay, in that verification mail, and they will go to the verification form from the front end, and once they verify, they will go back to the login page, right? Or they will get the registration and get the verification, and they directly go to the login and go to the authenticated page, and from there also they can verify the OTP. Okay, to complete this functionality, let's head over to the here, and where we need to send, let's do one thing. Once the store is done, in that case what we need to do, we need to send the mail verification, right? So for that, let me create mail verification function. Before that, we need to install the node mailer for that. So here, from here you can check how to integrate the node mailer. I'll showcase you the documentation. So from here you can download. Let's go there in our code and hit that command npm install node mailer. Once that is installed, you will see that node mailer inside your package.json. Okay, and now your task is to create the mail handler, right? So the mail handler, you can also create that inside the config folder. So let me create, we have already created the util, so we will manage later for that config. So now I will simply create the node mailer handler here. Okay, mail handler. Inside that, what you need to do, you need to get that package, and after that what you need to do, node mailer give us create transport, and then you have the you need to pass the config. So for the config, what we need, what are the things we need required? We require the host, port, and we required auth. Okay, auth means user pass. Okay, we need to pass the password, and I will export that module transporter const transporter, and we will send that. Okay, now you need to pass the host, and from where you will get the host, let's go to the to get the mail service. If you don't have the account, then you can sign up from here, or else you can directly go to the dashboard. Okay, so I have already created the account, and you in the top you can see here, inside that you will get the SMTP or the API, right? So here, and you can get the port as 587, and what else we require? We require the host, and you will get the host from here and paste it inside the host, auth, user, and then the password, right? So for that, let me create one .env .env. So, and in the node .env, and from here you will get that, and now we'll install this one here, and you will see the .env is available to you, right? So you need to just we have the index, the main file. In the top you need to mention here .env. Okay, so require env, that is coming from the package just we have installed right now. Config, you will get the package, right? So once you initialize this, then you can add the username and then the password. Okay, so SMTP, so we need to grab this one. So this one is the password, and your mail will be the email user. So the SMTP login is this. Let's go to the SMTP user. You need to have SMTP user. I'll simply, what are the things they will provide, I will add here. Okay, inside this one, and we need required SMTP password, SMTP user, password, and email user. Okay, so from where that email we will send. Okay, so here you will check. Now I'll go here, and check. I will provide this user and password. I will copy this password, and then the email will be this email. Okay, your registered email. Now you go to the config, the mail handler. Here what you can do, process.env dot smtp user, process.env dot smtp pass, smtp user, and then the password that we have created here. smtp user, smtp pass. Now I'll close this one and I'll again run the server. Okay, so before running the server, let's check whether that is working or not. So in order to check that, what you need to do, you will simply console log that one, process.env. okay, from the line 7. Now you will check here inside this, run the server. Here you need to listen that line number 7. Here see, we are getting the data. That means this .env is working as expected, right? I will remove this line, and node mailer is there, and we have get the user and the password, and let's move to the auth controller where we require the node config here. So in order to send the verification mail, what you need to do, we need to have the user ID, verification, email. Okay, these three things we will implement here. Let's create the verification link, const verification. Let's copy that verification link, that is the front-end URL. I'll copy the front-end URL, the verify email. Okay, now once you go there, so from where you can copy code dot so I'll check the routes. So where we have created the routes, inside this one, main, right? Verify OTP. Once user click this link from the mail, okay, user with the ID, what the user ID, so they need to follow with the user ID, right? And we need to send that user ID and then the OTP, right, from the front end to verify that, right? So because of that, we are adding this URL. Okay, so this one is the front end URL. I'll copy this one. This one is the front end URL, and front end URL, and I'll close this one right now because we don't require it, just the process I am explaining you. And here the email verify, this is our main. Okay, now what you need to do, you need to pass the user ID. User ID will be, this will be the user ID in our case, right? So, and after that, what you need to do, we have grabbed the user ID, we have setting of the user ID as well. Now we need to compose that mail. Okay, in order to compose that mail, what you need to do, you need to create the mail options. I'll remove this one. Mail options is equals to, what you need to have, from which mail you are sending, you need to give that process.env email user, then to. So we need to send the mail to this user, right? User data dot email, and after that you need to send the subject. Let's add welcome to code with base text with welcome to code with the base. Your account has been created with email ID. With this email ID means the user email, right? Save data email. With this email, let's add the HTML as well. HTML, let's keep the V to bold this letter B, and please verify the email using the OTP. So we need to have the OTP, right? So for now, let's create the verification OTP. Will be 1 2 3 4 5 6. Later we'll configure this. Okay, so for now we'll create 1 2 3 4 5 6, and we will send here inside this verification OTP, right? By clicking, because we need to give the ref href aref is equals to, inside that verification link is there. Let's copy and then paste inside this ref, give the name as verify. So we have set up the mail options. After that, what you need to do, you need to await and call that transporter that we have created from utils, send mail, and provide that mail option as argument. Okay, we can send the mail, right? Go to the logged in here, so register and code with the base, and let's send this mail. User already exists. Okay, let me change this one. Send. Credential is missing for plain. Let me check. The pushable issue could be because we have let me check quickly. There is no issue. Put host. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's bring this in the top. Okay, .env, and then it should work, because always the .env should be in the top. This should be initialized the top, so because then only all the file will get access. And I'll simply close this terminal, Control C, and now I'll again start the server. Now we'll again send another users and this. Okay, yeah, there you go, it's working fine, right? So now to test whether the mail we have received or not, let's go for the temp mail. I'll copy this one and paste inside this email, and the password, leave it as a password, and let me send. There we go, we have sent the email. We have created the users as well, and also we have sent the mail. Let me check whether the mail we are receiving or not. There you go, we have received the email as well, right? Code with the paste, and from here you will get that welcome Deepesh, please verify, by clicking this verify. Why is this not working? What could be the issue? Let's go inside this one, ahref, and followed by the link, and then the user ID. Okay, there is the issue. Let's go inside the auth, and we need to give this double quote inside this link, right? We don't require the text right now, the text will come inside there. Control X and paste outside this. Let's give it as a p tag. I think all the config we have done clearly, and I'll go to the database because we need to clear that user. Let's drop the user, all the users, drop, and then let's go there and again get the temp mail, copy, and go inside there, and I hope we'll get the mail as well. Yeah, we get the response, and let's check whether we get the mail or not. There we go, we have get the mail as well, right? Now let me check. Yeah, everything is working fine, and let's go with this link, and this should open this one, right? Now I think the register we have done, and some of the validation we required in the registration that will complete in the later on chapter. Okay, stay tuned for now. And the register, and also we need to make the reusable for this mail verification. We'll do that. Go to the logged in here, so register and code with the base, send. Credential is missing for plain text issue. The pushable issue could be because we have let me check quickly. There is no issue. Put host. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's bring this in the top. Okay, .env, and then it should work because always the .env should be in the top. This should be initialized the top, so because then only all the file will get access. Now we'll get, now we'll again send another users and at this. Okay, yeah, there you go, it's working fine, right? So now to test whether the mail we have received or not, let's go for the temp mail. So let me copy this. I'll copy this one and paste inside this email. Okay, there we go. We have sent the email. We have created the users as well, and also we have sent the mail. Let me check whether the mail we are receiving or not. There you go, we have received the email as well, right? Go with the paste, and from here you will get that welcome the paste, please verify by clicking this verify. Why is this not working? And then the user ID. Okay, there is the issue. We need to give this double quote inside this link, right? This one, and paste, because we don't require the text right now. The text will come inside there. Control X and paste outside this. Let's give it as a p tag and paste that text and remove this text. Okay, now I think all the config we have done clearly, and I'll go to the database because we need to clear that user. Let's drop the user, all the users, drop, and then let's go there and again get the temp mail, copy, and go inside there, and let's add paste. The username will change, and the username and password, and again send. I hope we'll get the mail as well. There you go, we have get the mail as well, right? Now let me check, verify, and now once we click this, and this will forward with this link. Okay, this should open with this link, and let me show you quickly why we have created that one. And let's because we haven't run that project, right? So let me run that, npm run dev. Okay, so once you click this, and let's go with this link, and this should open this one, right? And from in this component we will capture this user ID, and we have got the token in this mail. In this mail we have got the token as well, right? So we will paste that token here, right? And this should work. Okay, now here you can see we have created the find user by email or username, right? But we have passed email and then the password, so that is incorrect. So let me pass the correct that is user. So from this, whether if there we need to this function will find by either email or username, right? So once that find, and also we have done the mail verification, right? Once the mail is verified, we need to store that. So before that, let me do that. We'll get the OTP. Once the OTP get update, then what we need to do, we need to save that data, right? So in order to save that data, what we need to do, we have the saved data, and saved data, and then dot, what we need to update, we need to update the verification OTP, right? So instead of verification OTP, let's keep the name as OTP. I think we have the OTP key in our schema. Let's see. Yeah, we have the OTP, and this holds the minimum six digit number, right? So the OTP will be, what will be the OTP? OTP will be the verification OTP we are getting from here once we send the mail. Now once we save the data, so saved data dot save, and then let's get the updated data, right? Updated data, and let's print out, let's pass in the data. So updated data, and we need to pass await, right? Await, and we need to pass, and I think we have done the pretty much well here. Now let's check, let's go to the Postman, check our project in the register, and let's pass one user email and the username. Let's pass and see, we are getting the OTP, right? We have implemented the OTP as well. Now let's make it clean. Okay, so in order to make it clean, let's separate this one. We have to wrap it inside, create one whether we have already created the services, right? Inside the services you can define that mail service, or you can also make the, for the mail you can create this different service. So for that, what you can create, mail services, so which will be pretty much well defined and the very clean code. And let me bring that here, sorry, let me bring that auth controller code, the mail service, whatever the code that is related to the mail, will cut this one and paste inside the mail service. Okay, so let's paste here, and let's, before that, let's create a function. Let's create a async function and create the meaningful name. Okay, send verification mail. Okay, so we need to send the verification mail. So in that, sorry, in that function, what you will bring, you need to bring the saved user, right? So so let me change that saved user as a user, and bring saved, replace that with that user. Only we are changing the name. Okay, there is no any differences. User, and let me find if is there any saved data. No, I guess there is no any saved data, right? So we have the OTP also, and then the link, verification link as well, so which we required here. And now I think we are pretty much well defined everything. And now we need to also have this transporter, right? We need to send the mail. Now let's go here and also define the transporter. So we define the transporter, and we need to get this, we need to store this OTP. So because of that, we need to return this OTP. Let me return that. Return OTP verification OTP, and we need to export, because we need to use this function, right? Module dot exports, and simply pass the function, which function you need to export. So let's keep the equals to, and we have created this, and also we need to bring the transporter, right? So we have the transporter here. Let me cut this and then paste inside the mail service. Okay, now we need to send mail here, right? Sending mail. Now we need to send the mail. So for that, let me bring this function and paste inside here, and we need to pass user, right? That is save data. After that, await. We need to wait for that const, and then let's give it a meaningful function. What would be the name? Once the mail is sent, then we will get the OTP, right? Verification OTP we are getting from there, verification OTP, and we are getting the verification OTP, and then we are updating, right? So before that, let me check whether we are getting the verification or not. Console log verification OTP from verification. Okay, and I think we haven't misplaced anything. So await. Okay, everything is fine. So let's go inside this postman, and let's again change the user, and we'll send it back. Okay, let's send, and the send mail verification is not defined. Where is that? Here. This is not defined because we need to import this one, right? So once we have imported this one, now let's change again, because every time it's gets stored. Updated data is not defined. Where is that issue? Updated data. Where is that? Okay, let's not pass this as well. Just we are checking this verification OTP, right? So let's send, and let's change and send. Let me check. Now see, we are getting the verification, we are getting the OTP, right? So here we are getting the OTP. That means now we need to save that. Verification OTP. So after that, before that, what we can do, instead of directly updating in this way, let pass this. We have created already a function, right? Create user. Create user is there. So let's reuse this function. I think that could be the best use case for the services, right? So here, before updating, instead of updating the user, let me pass in this way, and where we need to update in the user data, save data, right? So let me pass as second argument, that is save data. Now the save data we are passing, and for the OTP, what we need to send in the object OTP, we need to get that OTP as verification OTP, right? And so let's copy this line, cut, and then paste here. Now this should work as expected, right? And we are setting the updated user. So before doing that, let me do one thing. Sorry, there is a wait. Now let's go to the create users, and I will change the create user or update. Okay, what I will do here, instead of doing this, I will simply get the data. This one is the first argument, right? So instead of destructuring the data, I will simply get that in the same whatever the object that is coming from this function. I will get that and paste inside the data. Okay, so we don't require this one right now. What we need to do, we have already added the data. We have the our data and we are setting that data, right? So instead of data, I will change it to user data, and I will pass that user data. Okay, and the user data, there we will bring the data. The object will be stored in this way and we are saving that data, right? So before that also, in the second argument, what I have passed from there, let me copy and go to the auth function. I'll replace this one also. I need to replace this one. Okay, and let's bring that. I think this I haven't export. Create, instead of create we need to pass, and instead of create, where is that create? Here, let me change, and inside this create we have the first argument, right, this object, and we are not passing the second argument. And here we are passing in the updated case we are passing the second argument, right? So let's check that one. So what you can do, let's get the second argument as updated data, right? Or update user. Okay, we need to update in this user, particular user. So for that, what you can do, if update user is there, if the second argument is there, then we simply gonna do or you can check the boolean. Okay, this will ensure you the true or false boolean, and then pass that user. And once you pass that user, let's go inside this one, and for let key, we get the key from there inside the object, and data. Okay, key from the user data. And what you're gonna do, you're gonna update in this user, right? So let's update, and we create one key, that is the key we are getting from here. That is, in our case, we are getting the OTP, and OTP will be created and pass the data. So what is the data? This one, right? User data. And user data that key, that will gives you the value of particular key. Okay, key. So this will gives you the value. And now what you're gonna do after that, const okay, without doing const, directly return that. Okay, return updated user dot save. You're gonna directly return that. So what this function actually do, if there is multiple keys, okay, if there is a, instead of for now what we are bringing in the user data, we are bringing in the user data, this data is bringing key as OTP and the value as 1 2 3 4 5 6, right, for example. And let's say if there is any other key as well, let's say token. So in that case also you can directly get that token here. If there is a multiple, then so because of that we are adding the loop inside this, and you are getting, you can directly set the data and save that particular current changes and update in that user data. Okay, now let's go inside whether it is working fine or not. This will return. Then at first, if there is no second argument, this data, this will create the new user. If there is a argument, then this will for the update user. In the case of update dynamic keys. Okay, Yeah, and now let's go inside the auth controller, and we have passed this one, and also this one is for updating the OTP in the existing user, right? So let's check now whether it is working or not. Let's go inside this one. Let's go inside this one, and let's change the mail and send. Yeah, we are also updating the OTP. We are at first creating the users, and then after that we are updating the OTP, right? So this is working fine. Now I think controller, register controller we have done. So before that we need to also check the validate condition, right? So in the middleware we need to check certain condition in there. So let's check now for the validation. Okay, for the validation we will check in the top. Okay, let's data sanitization XSS. Okay, so this means let's suppose if you have the div or the anything, right? So this will gives you the trouble in later, because we are not in the input there is the most chances for the hacking, right? So they will provide the scripting in the place of this input, and we are not, if we are not validating those, then they can directly get input to out the server, right? So because of that we need to validate. So each value we need to validate the input types, what are the scripting is bringing this input. Okay, so let's try to validate those one. So for now let's see, the user already exists, right? So let's change with this one, and div username is invalid. So for now let's we are also validating in the database, and instead of username, don't pass the where is the username? Let's go to the username. Sorry, let's go to the username in the models. Let's don't pass this one. Okay, because the cross scripting is not only for this, we are validating the database, right, directly. So instead of doing that, what you're gonna do, we're gonna validate those. See, we're gonna create whatever the div is there, we are creating, right? So now for that let's go there inside the code, and inside the auth controller, and we have a function, we have a npm, that is express validator. From there we're gonna check. Okay, so this is the installation process. You're gonna do install from here. So let's go there and paste it here. Okay, so this express validator also validate the input, and also it sanitize the data. Okay, this one is the powerful npm package that I have been using in the recent days. Now what you're gonna do, directly go in the sanitizing the data. Once you get the request, you need to sanitize the data, right? So for that let me create one middleware. So in the request we need to validate those, right? So for the middleware I will create one validate middleware, validation or validation middleware. So from the middleware you can validate. Okay, middleware.js. Now in the validation middleware, let's create one rules for that. Exports dot validate registration rules. Okay, let's set up the rules for that. And in the body, we are directly getting that value in the body, and then the user name the trim, this will trim the empty space, and is length is minimum 6. We are passing the value from our own, and you can also change it later. Okay, skip and with message, what you gonna do, username must be at least 3 character long. Okay, so we have created one rule, right, for the username. And body, I'll explain this, okay, in later. For the email, I'll quickly add other also. This should be email, is email, and after that normalize email. Or also you can go to the documentation and you will get all the explanation for that. Okay, message, and for that invalid mail format. Okay, and then let's create the another method as well. Body password in the password is length minimum 6 with message. A password must be at least 6 character, right? Character long. Now we are making the we made the validation rules, right? So let me simply pass it inside the middleware, that is routes. Inside the routes, inside the register, let me pass that validation rules, and let me bring validation rules. Now after doing that, what you can do, you're gonna simply check that. Okay, you're gonna simply go to the body, inside the user controller. Once you go to the user controller, here what you need to do, you need to check that. So for that, const okay, we forgot to import, I think, this one, body, because the body is coming from the validator, right? Express validator. And now let's go to the auth controller, and inside the auth controller you need to sanitize the data, right? Sorry, we have already sanitized the data. Let's go to the documentation at first. See, express validator is a set of the express middleware that wraps the extensive collection of validators and sanitize offered by the validators. Yes, that means the validator already offers you the sanitization. Okay, you don't need to sanitize differently. In the npm package manager, there you can see the many many sanitizer tools. So I think those are not required, because this inbuilt access validator will sanitize your data. So for that, now let's go to the let's check the error. Okay, we are getting that error or not. Let's check the error. So before that, what we need to do, we need to check the validate request from from the express validator, and you simply gonna pass the request. We are getting the request from here, right? So we are getting the request from here, and store that in the error const errors. And now if not errors is empty, if not the errors is empty, where is the errors is empty, then what you gonna do, you simply gonna return response status, that is 400, and simply pass the JSON the error. Okay, also you can add the message here, or you can directly pass that errors as key. Inside that key, what you gonna pass, errors dot array, whatever the array that you need to pass. Okay, now let me check whether that is working fine or not. Let's go to the postman, and now I will pass this one. I'll change, and again I'll change, or I will simply remove this password field from there. Okay, now let's send, sorry, npm start. It's crashing. What was the issue? Let me check. The issue, I think, with message there is a issue. Validator escape with message is not a function. Okay, skip validator is not a function. Let's go to their documentation. Okay, skip, getting started. The query functions is empty. That's the function. We need to check that. Where is the schema? Find the field selection. Let's go there. HTML express, customizing the express validator. Now its length is there, body its length. What was the issue? Let me go to the code. Validation skip. Okay, sorry. message let's go there, the spelling mistakes. Now let's go there and again pass this. See, the field is empty. We are getting the location, and then the path is the password, and also the type is filled. Also you can change the format for this. Okay, so let's not pass the email as well. See, we're gonna validate that in the from the middleware, right? So for this also let's create another function. to check this one, right? So I think this one need in the everywhere, wherever the input forms are there, we require this one. So because of that, I will create the utils function for this. Okay, so let me create the meaningful name. Is validation, or what we gonna create? We're gonna create is filled error free .js. Okay, now let me create the one function. Let me create one function exports exports dot is free, it's filled error free. Okay, now you're gonna pass now here let's paste that one and get the request is, and in the params also response in the params. Okay, request and response. And now we need to pass let me pass the async and await for this, await for this, and let's go here and paste that field and import. Now pass the request and response, now simply await. If you have the error, then you can directly get that error, right? Now this one is pretty much well we have optimized right now. So now let me pass, let's go to the here and pass again. Sorry, I think there is a issue. Oh wait, validation is not there. Let me got that and paste inside there. Hash is there, validation result got, and paste inside this one. Now let's check, send. See, there is no issue, right? See, we are providing the div there, but we are sanitizing that div, right? So here you can't see that div, that code. Now we are sanitizing those one, and it's converting as this one, right? Here now let's generate the send verification. Let's generate the OTP. We are having the OTP that is static, right? This should be generated, and so to generate the OTP, let's create a helper function that is we have placed in the utils. So let's go for the generate OTP.js, and so here let me create one function exports that generate OTP. We can directly call this function and get the OTP. Okay, so for that, so what you can do, math.random, so this will give us the value. Math.random generates random floating points number between 0 inclusive and 1 exclusive. For example, it might generate 0.5 or 0 point something in the decimal. Okay, and then what we can do, this will generate this one. After that, you can multiply by how many digit we required the 6 digit, right? Let me add the 6, 3 and 3, 6. Okay, it will give the 6. So we when we multiply this random number by this 6 digit number, that is 9 lakhs, multiply by 9 lakhs, it is scaled to a range from 0 to something 89999.99, right? So then what we're gonna do after that, let's add You can add 1 lakh. Let's add 1 lakh. Once you add the 1 lakh, if you are adding 1 lakh, shift the range to 1 lakh to 99999 point something 99999. Okay, so if you can multiply, then it will give that number, and ensure that the result is always at least 6 digit long. Then after that, let's go and we need to get the float number, right? So what we need to get the floor number. So in that, what you're gonna do, math dot floor, and then once you do the math floor, you finally get the 6 digit OTP, and let's store in one variable called OTP. Let OTP, or simply you're gonna return that. Okay, you're gonna return, because we are calling from somewhere else. This one, return. Once you return this, then we will generate the OTP. So let's go in the mail service. Before going to the mail service, I'll check this function whether it is working or not. Okay, so for that, what I can do, let me go to the user auth service. Where is the controller? User auth controller. Let me hide all the data, and I will directly invoke that function, because we don't need any dependency for that. So because of that, I will directly call and console that one, console log that generate OTP, and whether that is working as expected or not. Okay, so let's console and call this function. Let's pass this. Now let's go to the console. Yeah, we are getting the 6 digit OTP, right? Now I'll take this one. We are getting from generate OTP, control X, and also I'll control Z all the other parts. Yeah, now let's go inside the where we need this OTP. We need this OTP inside the create user. Sorry, we need this OTP inside the send verification mail, right? So let's go here and replace with this. Sorry, paste, and we will call this function. Okay, and also make sure always wait this, because once you get the mail, then only once you get the verification OTP, then only you will send that. Okay, now this is also done, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass the user ID. So you can pass the user ID. Also, for the secure process, you can also pass the token here. Okay, this is not a mandatory to you to pass the user ID. Instead of this, you can also take the you can also pass the token in this mail. Okay, once they click to the token, that will be the expired in the certain time. So you can also try with the token, and for now I will only pass with the user ID, and that user ID, they once they click this link, they will go to this link and go to the front end and land to the OTP verification page. From there, we'll capture the user ID and paste this OTP, and they will send the request. Okay, once they will send the request, we will create another API, and they will hit that API. User auth controller, I think in the auth controller we have done the pretty much well here. I think there is no issue right now. Now let's move to the login controller. Okay, inside the login controller, what we have done, we have the username, password, email. Okay, username, password, register not. Once we have created that, we have saved the refresh token also. Okay, instead of saving this user, you can directly, we have implement those here, you can directly get this. Okay, updating this one, what you're gonna do, you're gonna paste here, updating the refresh token, updating the refresh token in the existing user model. Okay, so for that we have the refresh token. Let's bring it the refresh token and we'll pass the refresh token here. Now create our update, and here what you gonna pass, you're gonna pass the user. Where we need to update, you need to update in this user, right? So let's pass this user. And one thing, so instead of passing this user, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna paste this updated user. Here you can pass. Okay, now after that we have hashed the password as well, compared, and also we have hashed that one. Okay, this is also fine. Also you can hash this inside the model as well. Okay, so later we'll optimize those. Inside we are getting the refresh token and this one. Okay, login also we have done. Now let's walk for the forget password. Okay, let's walk for the forget password, or before that let's walk for the refresh token, because once the login is done we are storing the refresh token, right? So we are storing the refresh token, and we need to check that refresh token, and we need to again validate that part. Export dot refresh token controller, and here we'll have the async request response next, and you will get the once you hit the refresh token, once user will hit the refresh token API, then we will capture the cookie, right? Request dot cookies that refresh token, because you can see here we are updating that part in the cookie as well, right? The refresh token, and we are getting that part from the cookies. Cookies refresh token, or what you gonna do, you're gonna get that from request dot body dot refresh token. From the body also you can directly get that refresh token. Okay, if they pass the refresh token in the body, then we will get that refresh token, or else we will get the refresh token from the header, from the cookies. Now const, let's store in the one variable, that is refresh token. Okay, once you got that refresh token, and let's check one condition. If there is no refresh token, what if no refresh token, what you gonna do, you gonna simply, if no refresh token, if there is no refresh token, let's throw a new error handler, and the message refresh token not found, and the status code, let's pass 401. Okay, and then if we got this one, directly user will get back. Okay, we'll throw the error, and let's wrap inside the try catch after that. Now what we're gonna do, let's decode that refresh token. Okay, we need to decode that before because we are getting the token and we need to check the validity, right? Because we are storing that the 7 hours, I guess. Let's go to the token section where we generate the token, where we have generated the token. Token mail handler, generate OTP, auth handler, we are storing that expires in for the 7 days, right? So let's go and check that inside the try catch. Verify. What we're gonna do, verify the incoming refresh token, right? So for that, what are the things required? We required one token. What are the things required? Token and key, right? That is secret key. We require two things. So we are already we know the secret key as well. Also we are getting the token from here. That means we're gonna decode. So in order to decode, what you need to do, you need to await JWT, and we are getting the JWT from the JSON web token. I think we haven't implemented here. JWT require JSON web token. From there we are getting JWT, right? Const JWT. So now JWT from here you can decode. So verify. Now what we need to do here, inside this we will get the token, right? And token, in our case token is a refresh token. And the secret, we have the secret because we haven't added that in the env right now. So we will add in the at last, because we need to optimize all the code. Secret, and after that pass the callback function where you need to check error or decode it. If you have the error, you will directly check that error, otherwise that will be decoded. Okay, decoded, and I will simply return that whatever the things are there. If there is a error or decoded, and I will capture this one here, const error or decoded. Okay. Error, let's make the proper name, decoded, and console this one, console log error or decoded. Okay, now you have decoded this one. Once you decode, you will get the decode here. Then what if there is a error, right? What if there is a error? If boolean error, then you gonna directly throw that error, throw new error handler and invalid token, right? If you got the error, that means it is a invalid token. Then unauthorized access, that is 401. Now if that is decoded, after that what you gonna do? If that is decoded, we gonna get here. After that, let's find the associate user with the refresh token. Find the user associated with that refresh token. Okay, now let's get that. Await. We have the user models and find that decoded data and then the ID. What was the decoded data? That is we are getting from here, right? And we need to find that. So find will not catch that. Let's give the find by ID. Directly we need to pass the ID. Now after that, let's store in the user. Once you get this, now what if there is a no user? So that is also the case, valid case, right? We need to check in if there is no user or not. If user isn't found, if the user isn't found, then we need to deny, right? We need to deny the access. So if user is not there, what we simply need to do, we need to throw error. Throw new error handler. In the error handler, we need to pass user not found and simply pass the status code 404, right? Because this is the not found case. And after that, what you need to do, we have the refresh token stored in here. Now we need to check, sorry, we have updated that refresh token here. Now we need to check that our refresh token is actually available in that particular user or not, right? So now check that user is available or not, access token there. If the stored refresh token does not match the incoming, okay, in this case what we're gonna do, directly deny the access, right? Access. If so, check if user access refresh token is not available, not equals to refresh token, then in that case what you gonna do, you gonna do throw new error handler and simply pass refresh token is not valid, right? And pass 401 in that case, right? And after that, let's do the same thing. We need to pass the cookie refresh token and access token. Let's copy here. Now we need to provide the access, right? So for this I will make the global. Let's do set options. Set options. There you just pass the let options. Inside that options, what we're gonna do, we're gonna simply copy Control X and pass the options here. Let me remove this, and also here we don't need to pass this, directly pass the options, right? We'll get that options, and we are setting that generated access token. So here now you simply do in this way, you can also do in this way, just the refresh token and then the access token, okay. Sorry, we don't require this access token. And now res dot status code, the status that would be 200 will be good, and dot you can pass the cookie. Once you pass the cookie, and then what you do, dot JSON. In that JSON you can get, you can show to the user that access token, because they need to store that in the local storage, right, in the front end. So you need to pass the access token and also need to pass the refresh token. New refresh token. From where we are getting the refresh token? We are getting that refresh token. Okay, before generating, before passing the refresh token, because this is the old refresh token, right, we need to send the new access token and the refresh token. So for that, before this, let's do one thing. I'll remove this. And what we gonna do here now, we're gonna generate the new refresh token and the access token. Okay, generate token, auth handler, generate tokens, and we will get that token. We will get that token in the auth user middleware. From here, paste that tokens. In the tokens, simply pass the user. Okay, once you pass the users, see here, we are getting the user, right? We are taking the user as argument, and we are simply taking that user inside this, and we are having the we are generating the access token and generating the refresh token, right? So let's go inside this auth controller. Now what we gonna take, we're gonna get const await for this, await, and const you will directly destructure that part and get that actual value. We are getting as first argument token, and we are getting the refresh token, right? But we have already created the variable for the refresh token here, right? So let's change the refresh token to the new refresh token, new refresh token. Okay, you can directly get that, and you can pass. Now we are getting the token and then the refresh token. Okay, once you got the token and the refresh token, in that case, what you gonna check, what you gonna do, you will directly you need to at first clear that cookie. What are the cookie available? Clear existing cookie. Okay, and then rest that clear cookie, and let's keep the key name. What was the key name? That is the access token. And what we need to pass? We need to pass HTTP. Let's go what we have used. We have used this one, right, as options. Let's grow and bring it inside this. Once you got this, you can clear out, right? And now set the token. Set that once we clear the access token, now we simply place that access token. Okay, set the new tokens in the cookies, right? So for that, res.status, that is start created, that means the 200 success dot cookie. We need to create the access token. And that access token is the access token is this token. So let me change the name for this as well, access token. Okay, now get this access token here, and you simply gonna pass this. So instead of passing in all the case, so let me create one variable for this also. Set options and create one variable for the options. Let cookie options, and place that wherever we required here, and also we required here, and also the cookie dot refresh token. In this case, you can add the access refresh token in this key, refresh token, and options. Sorry, we don't require this access token because we are only operating the refresh access token, right? We don't require this, and also we don't require this. We only require the token. So for now I'll remove this. Why I am only changing the access token means because once you use that access token, that has the 7 days validate, right? So if you always use the same access token, that might be the shareable and other can use that access token. Okay, so in that case you can auto expire means you will get that token, okay, access token from that token, and that will get expired. And if that access token is expired, then again need to logged in. Okay, so for that case I don't want to generate the new refresh token again. Okay, so simply pass the access token, and after that what I will do, JSON we have the access token. What was the name for the access token? Yeah, we have the access token. Let me remove this. Access token, and in the message let's provide access token generated. Okay, generated. So now for the error, next let's pass the error, because we are catching this error in here, if you guys can remember, in here, right? So see, here is the error handler, so we are catching here. Now we have created the access token and then the refresh token for this, and also yeah, we have defined the refresh token. Now before checking this one, we need to create the middleware, and we will check this whether it is working fine or not. So before creating the middleware, let me create the protected API. Okay, that means authenticated API at first. So for the authenticated API, let's create one API where we get the user by their ID or email. Okay, what you're gonna do in that case, exports dot get user by their ID, right? So get user by ID controller, and once you create this controller function, we have from the request, let's keep this as a params, and from the params what we are getting, we will get the from the params we are getting the email, right? Either email or let's do for now for the ID. Okay, I think email is not secure, and then let's go for the ID. So for that, what you gonna do, we have the request response next. Okay, and then the try catch. Inside this request we are getting that request from params, request dot user dot email. Sorry, let's get the ID, user ID. We'll get the user ID from there, and const ID, const user ID. Okay, let's store this. And now before that, what you gonna do, we'll get the ID, from the params. And now extracting the ID. Okay, now we have created the function for getting to get the user by email or password, sorry, email or username, right? So we need to fetch the user by ID as well. So let's make it the dynamic. Okay, whatever the let's make for now, I think this scenario is only work for the email or username, only for the email or username, right? This will only work for the email or the username. So now let's do one thing. What do we do? Let's get that user in object, this value as object, and also we'll get that ID. And let's create one variable that is what we're gonna add, that is for query. Let's do one for query, and let's create an object, a new object. In that, check if the ID is there. Okay, in that case, what you're gonna do, query dot underscore ID. If the ID is there, you're gonna put underscore ID, and whatever the value, then ID, because in the MongoDB we always the data ID is in the underscore, right? So we place in the underscore. And if email is there, in that case, what you're gonna do, query dot email. In that case, email we are getting. And also, if there is a username, query dot username. And what are the username? Okay, I think in the user we have the possible case to query, that is either from email. From the email we need to check the either email or pass username, that is for login. Also for the register we need to check because these two fields are unique fields. So in that case we need this function, find user function. And for the ID we need to fetch the user, so because of that we need to put the ID, right? You can also fetch the user from email, but in this case to fetch the user by ID could be the better choices for you as well. So in order to that, I am doing this. Now let's use the OR operator. We are using the OR operator here. Let me put the comment. Use OR operator to allow finding by ID or email or username, right? Now let's pass that here in the or condition. If the email is there, let's check. If the email is there, then sorry, let's do one thing. Instead of doing this, let's remove this one. And what you can do in this case, in this or condition, if the email is there, let's do one thing. ID, if the ID is there from here, if we have the ID, then you can get add underscore ID is ID. Okay, if not, then directly add null. Okay, in this case. And also email, and if there is email, let's add the email null. And if there is username, if not, then null, right? So from here you will find that one, and return, we are directly returning that from here. Okay. And let's keep the meaningful name for this, find user. Okay, let's give it the find user, copy, and then go to the auth controller and then replace wherever we have implemented, replace by the find user. And let me replace this by find user. This will give the meaningful sense. Find user. Now you can get this, and instead of passing in this way find user, you need to pass in the object. And wherever we have used the find user, where we have used the find user here, then here also we need to pass in the object. And I think we have used in two places, 1 2, yeah, in the two places. So here also we require the find user, right? So await find user, and what we need to pass, we need to pass the user ID, right? User ID as ID. Okay, and then we will find the user by ID. And this one is the async function, async const user is equals to find user. Okay, we are getting from there, and we will pass this. User ID is there. Sorry, why this is not working? Okay, now it's working. And if we have the user, if user is not there, then you can simply return throw new error handler, simply pass the message user with this ID not found. Okay, not found. And else, if there is the user, then we can simply return. We don't need to return in the last. Let's do one thing, response dot status 200 dot JSON message user fetched success. Okay, and in the data you will simply pass the user. Okay, you will get the user data. Now if user is not exist. This will be the proper comment. Now now what we gonna do, let's pass next error. So I think you don't get this part. Let me, this we have created the find user function except that object containing any combining of id, email or username, right? So an empty query, we have created here the empty query object. If the id or email or username parameter is provided, it is added to the query objects, and the or operator is used to find one method to allow finding a user by either email or id or username. Okay. The array inside the operator uses all the okay, in this case also let's add a boolean. Also add one filter. Okay, filter boolean. Okay, filter boolean. Why we gonna add this? The array inside the or operator uses filter booleans to remove any null values, ensuring only the provided parameters are used in the query. Okay, in that case we are using the filter boolean. Okay, I think this should work. Now after that, we are in the auth controller right now. In the auth controller we have faced. Now in order to check this, let's make this as a let's make this as a get request. Inside the routes, let's go to the routes and create that user. Get user by id, right? User id. And now let's get that user. What was the function name? Remove this. Mail handler, mail service, user model, validation, auth service. Let me get that user by id controller. Let's remove this. Error handler also remove. User by user id controller. Let's get that. I think we haven't exported. We have already exported, right? But why we are not getting here? Get user by user controller. No suggestion is there. Okay, let me get that user controller. And also for the logout we haven't created right now. User id user controller. Why this is not working? User controller. Okay, let me check this API whether it is working or not. Auth user / id. What was the id? Let me check. Register and then the login. Let me check. I think this is not available right now. Let's go there and check register and register with this mail. Send the mail. User already associated with this mail. Okay, let me change the username as well and remove this one. Now send. We are getting the user with the OTP as well, right? With the OTP as well. Login. Inside the login let's get the user id is also there, and now go to there, and in the user let's pass this. What was the issue? User id, request.user.id. Yeah, actually we need to get that params in here in the middleware, and then you need to pass here, right? So let's go here in the auth controller at first, and then instead of user, let's do one thing. Request dot params, and then what we're gonna check from here, let's get console log user id, user id. So what we're gonna see from here, let's go. Requested params, user id, right? Sorry, what was the issue in the auth controller? Routes, get request user id, inside this params, let's get again, we are getting the id right from the params. Now what you gonna do, let's get that user id and then pass it inside this, and user id will pass here. And let me console this, let me check this in the response, and now I'll pass this. See, we are getting the particular user, right? So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create middleware for that to validate. So for the middleware, gives the name for auth middleware.js. okay, in the auth middleware, let's get the authenticated, create the middleware for the authenticated API. Export dot authenticated routes async request comma response comma next and here let's keep the try catch, and let the token const token is equals to you will get the token from the request cookie dot access token, right? You are getting that here from the cookie, or also we are getting, because we are directly accessing from the cookies, right? So if that is not there, then in the another case, what you're gonna do, let's give or condition and requested header and the authorization and if there is authorization, replace bearer comma this one because we are getting the token in this format. See, if we are getting from the authorization, then how we will gonna get? We're gonna get the token as suppose bearer, and the token will give, we will see in this format. Okay, so because of that we are replacing the bearers, or we don't require this one, we just require the second parameters. So because of that, okay, we are doing replace with the bearers, and then we are removing this and we are getting this value only. Okay, now once you got the token, now what you gonna do? If the token is not available, what could be the condition? Let's give the comment extracting token. Then what you gonna do? If the token is not there, yeah, if the token is not there, in this case let's do, if the token is not available, in that case simply throw the error, throw new error handler token not found, and let's give the unauthorized access 401, and now after that what we're gonna do, we check, let's if the token is there. Now if the token is there, let's decode that. Const, we have already decoded that token in here, right? Where we have decoded that token, we have decoded that token, I think inside the auth handler. No, token decode inside the auth controller, we have decode the token, decode, yeah, here we have decode the token, right? So let's create this reusable. Okay, where we gonna use this? You simply go to the auth handler, and inside here const generate rate decoded token. Okay, because we are using in the two places, so because of that I'm doing in this way. I think we haven't got that. Where is that? Let me copy this one and place inside here, and simply pass that. Simply we are passing the multiple ways, so I'm doing in this way. What was the issue? The issue is we haven't, sorry. Let's create a function at first. Create a function, and from there we're gonna take return, or simply const error and decode it. Okay, and you can simply return this one, return this one, and you will get there. And this is one is the async function, and what we're gonna get from there, we need the refresh token, right? So for the refresh token I will simply add the token. Okay, token, and in auth controller we need to pass the refresh token, right? Also we need to pass the secret. Two things we need to pass, right? So I will copy this one and paste above. And what was the function name? Function name was generated token. and let's await this one, await this function, and what you need to do, you need to pass the token as refresh token, and also we need to pass the secret, because we will handle this secret from the env, okay, in later on. So for now I am directly hard coding this secret, and let me remove this one. Now this should work, okay. And also if we are passing this, let's go to the auth handler, and let's go to the generate token in the auth controller, and where we have placed the auth generate token, in the generate token we need to pass in this way, okay. And also we are getting this from the generate token. Let's get this also. Yeah, we are getting generate token, and then the generate token, and then the decode generate token. And also we required in the auth middleware. So what we required to decode that token, right? I'll simply copy the same thing from here. What I required this one inside the auth handler, auth middleware, and once the token is there, in that case we need to check with the secret token, and we need to pass the secret token also, and in this case we don't have the refresh token, we have the token, right? Token. And now let me check whether it is working or not, okay. Decoded or error, which one is there from the middleware? Okay. So from middleware, and we will get the token, and also check the token is available or not. Token is available or not, and then go to the auth handler. Okay, we need to pass the two argument. One is secret, right? So secret, and replace this with secret. I think now let's add this auth middleware inside the routes here, okay. Now let's see what we're gonna see. Let's import. Let's pass this. Now check the console. Authenticated routes, middleware, what is the issue? We cannot able to console this, right? So I will pass the simply next here, and also error in the next error, okay. I think there we trigger some error. Let me see. And now let's pass this. Token is not available, right? So that is fine. So we are getting the token in the login. Let's get this email and paste inside the login, and inside the login, and also the password. Let's bring this password, copy, and then paste the password. We forgot to add the auth, so let's send again. We are getting the token, right? Actually we require the token, that is access token. Now let me go to the new request, that is find user by id. Okay, so here in the header, let's add the bearer's token and pass this token. Okay, now let's send. Generated token is not defined. Let's go. We are getting the issue in the generated token. Where is the generated token? Generated token in the middleware. Generated token. Okay, here we need to import this one as well. Now again, let's pass. See. Now let's go to the console, and we might get that. Undefined. What is undefined? This decoded is undefined. I think that is already expired. So error is token invalid, right? Token is invalid. So if there is an error, so what you gonna do? If there is an error, simply you're gonna return that throw new error handler. Throw new error handler. In this case, token invalid, right? And unauthorized access 401. So let's do now the token. We have already grabbed the token, but the token is already expired, right? So let's pass invalid token, right? We are capturing this message as well. Now let's go inside the token generation, where we have token generated here, and we have only given the 60 into 60. That means 60 seconds into 60 seconds. Let's okay, the secret is login secret. So we need to pass the login secret in here, right? In the auth middleware. This one is the login secrets, and also for the login secrets, we are passing the login secrets. Let's go to the here, and we are passing as a login secrets. So because of that, we are getting the issue. Also get the secret from here. Secret and the secret, also secret, and we're gonna get secret from there. Okay, if there is a secret, okay, let's add the secret secret. So let's pass the secret as well, where we have used generated token. Control F, generated tokens. Here is the generated token. Here let's add the secret as login secrets. Okay, and once we decode, in that case also we need to have the login secret, right? Let's go to the postman, and we are sending the login, and also we are getting the access. Let's copy the access token, and now let's do one thing, pass that access token. Invalid token. Let's check what was the issue. Token invalid, and also we are not getting the access to cookie.access token. Okay, we need to add the cookies, right? From the cookies we need to get the access token. Let's go here and send it again. Yeah, now it's working, right? Let's comment and get the cookie from here. From the bearers means we are sending the cookie from here, whether it is working or not. Let's send. No, it's not working, right? Console this token. Let's go, and let's see the console. Yeah, we are getting the token, but there is a space, right? So in order to replace that space, what you can do, we got the token in this way, in this format. Let's see. So we are replacing these bearers, but we are not replacing this space, right? There in the middle there is a space as well. So how to replace this space as well? So for that you can go to the bearer and give the space. This will take this character, this length, and replace with the empty string. Okay, so now check. Now it should work. Yeah, now it's working fine. Now let's revert the code, uncomment this line. Now this token is also working, and I think the decode should also work now. Invalid token, and then the decode from the middleware. Yeah, we are getting the ID and then the email from the data, right? That we are passing. We are passing here in the auth handler. What we are passing? We are passing the email and then the ID, right? That we are getting here. Let's go to the auth middleware. We have decoded the token, and then we have handled the token. If the token is not there, we are throwing the issue and decoded the token. And if there is error, we are passing the invalid token expired, right? So now let's do one thing, get the user, because we need to pass that user in the request, right? So you will get that user here inside the user by ID. So for now we are getting the user from the params, right? So we instead of params, we pass the ID from middleware. We have the token and also we got the data, right? So once you got the data from there, we need to pass this data to the request controller, right? Which controller we are passing, from which controller we are using the middleware. From there the request will be accessed. So request, where we getting the user? We are getting the user in the data, right? So let's do request dot user. We have created the key called user, and there decoded dot data. So in this way we can able to get the data. Now once we get, let's go to the auth controller, and here you can see we were getting the user ID, right, from the params. So if you are dealing with the token, you don't need to get the ID, user ID, from the params. Okay, in the request what we have passed the user, right? So if we need to get access this value, then what I need to get, request dot user dot ID, then I will get this ID, right? So let's go here, and instead of this, user dot ID, so which helps me to get the ID, right? So let's see quickly. I'll go to the Postman and I'll log in again. Now also I need to remove this one in the request routes, auth routes. I don't require this. Now here we don't require this, and the request is get request, and let's pass the data. So you got the data, right? Now in every case we don't require the password, right? So if user are requesting for this API, the profile API or the user API, and then we don't pass the password. Okay, so let's remove that password from the response, and also the access token, refresh token, and -v, this also we need to remove, right? And let's work on the service file. I'll open to this in the right side. Now what we required, we are using auth this function, right? We are getting the user given the array, we don't require password, refresh token, OTP also we don't required for now, minus _ v. And now we have this function, and in the first argument, this one is the first argument, and in the first argument we are getting that value. In the second argument, let's accept this value. In the second argument, select field, the default case will be the false, right? And here what we can do, I will remove this. I will store this in one variable, const user query. Okay, in the user query, the or condition will be there, and there we don't need to change anything. And now if condition, if the selected field is there, user query, this we have assigned here this variable, and we have assigned this value, user query dot select. This select helps us to remove the data, right? String, and then dollar selected field dot join. It is in the array form. We'll join items, and in each items there will be the space. Return await user query. Okay, so if you do the user query, and now let's check, we are passing the user as well, and we are displaying the we are passing this user data in the response, right? And let's check what are the response we are getting. Okay, let's go there in the postman and again send. See, we are getting the username, email, and the verified email verified, right? So this works fine. Now here we have completed the register, get user by ID, register controller, and also login, refresh token controller. Now we required verify controller, mail verify, because here once we create the user, there the mail verify will be false, right? So once they will get the mail, and they need to hit the API from where we catch the OTP and then the user ID. Okay, because we are sending the user ID also from here in the register updated data. Here we are sending the let me show you in the send mail verification. What we are sending the user ID, right? We are sending the user ID and then the OTP. So we need to catch this and verify the mail. Now let's go to the mail and create the let's go to the in the below in the controller here and create a controller, new controller, that is let's do copy this one and paste. Okay, copy and then paste here, and also this also we require the other two, refresh token controller, and this one is for verify mail controller, and another is verify mail controller, and the second option is forget password we required, and what else, reset password also we required, reset password, and after that forget password, reset password, verify mail. For now these three things are required. Reset password, and then what else we required, in the verify mail controller requested body I am getting OTP user ID, right? So once I grab the OTP and the user ID, then from here it will help me to know which user ID and what was the OTP. Okay, because we are storing the OTP also, right? You can see here we are once we register in that time we are storing the OTP as well. Before doing the any code, always try to think like from the user what you will what you are getting, because from the user you are getting the OTP and then the user ID, right? So make the scenario. At first what we need to do, we have the user ID. That means we need to check the user at first, whether that user is available or not. If that is available, then from that user we will check their OTP, and once the OTP is correct, then only we will verify their mail. Okay, so let's do that. Now I will create the try catch, because we need to handle the error as well, and then we have we can get the user by ID, because we are already creating the helper function for that, services here, because in order to reuse this one, find user. Now I can easily pass the user ID, and from there I can get the user, right? So let's go and find the user, and what we need to pass, we need to pass the ID, right? ID, and in our case ID will be, I need to send in the object ID and then the user ID. What I am doing, I am assigning this user ID to the ID key, right? I have created the ID key and assigning this value, that is user ID. And from where we are getting the user ID, we are getting the user ID in the request user. And if there is no user, so if the user is not there, I'll copy and paste. Okay, if user.otp equals to this OTP, in that case what I can do, I can update that user, right? Creator update is there, and I will copy this, and where we need to update, we need to update the user. For that I need to pass in the first argument, we will have the two argument. In the first argument I need to pass what I need to update, and in the second argument you need to pass where you need to update. You need to update in this user, right? So I will pass this user, and what I need to update, I need to update, or let's do one thing. Okay, so don't add in this block, I will just add the error case. I will handle if there is if the condition does not match. In that case I will copy and paste it down, and I will simply throw the error again here inside. And what I will throw, OTP does not match. Here let's go inside this model, user model. What was our key? Our key was email verified, right? We need to make it true, we don't need to store, right? So let's make the true, and also let's check the sanitize condition here as well. Wait, let's pass this request and response. Now now everything is fine. Now let's copy this. We have exported this function controller already, so let's go to the router. Inside the router, in the auth router, let's create one routes for this. What route we required? We required the post routes. Let's copy this one, okay, and paste here, and we need the validation as well, and also mail verification. Let's create the route mail verification, and this will be the post routes, and the controller will be verify mail controller, right? This will be the controller, and we need to import this. And also we need the validation rules, right? Where we create the validation rule, we will create the validation rule inside the validation middleware. Okay, so let's create the validation rule for this as well. Okay, we'll create in the last, okay, for this validation rule for each case. And now validation rules I will remove for now, and I don't pass the sorry, let's go to the controller validation middleware, sorry, auth controller, and for now I'll comment this one. In the last we'll check all those condition, mail verification, and now let's check. I will get the temp mail at first. I'll copy this and I'll create one route for this, add new request. Okay, so email verification, right? Mail verification, and I will also give the base route for that, and the request will be the post request, and the route will be, copy this mail, email verification API, and let's send with this mail verification. And in the post routes, in the body, what we need to send, we need to send at first we need to register, right? Let's go and register with this mail, and then the password will be the password. Okay, there will be no case. I'll add the password for this and send. I think we haven't started the server. Let's start the server again. And I'll pass. Okay, email already exists with this mail. Okay, let's go to the compass, and I'll remove this. Let me drop this table, auth project. Now I'll again send this. Yeah, we can create, right? And also we have sent the OTP. Now here what we require the user ID, right? I'll copy this, and in the email verification raw, and what I need to send, let's check the key at first. What key we are expecting from the backend? We are expecting the user ID. Okay, let's go user ID, right? I'll pass in the string JSON user ID. And what was our user ID? This one, right? Let's wrap in the string user ID, and then what we require the OTP, right? So OTP, where we are receiving, we are receiving the OTP in the mail, right? So where is the OTP? Let's check. Here you can check the OTP, and now I'll copy this and paste from here. Okay, let's check. And what was the response we are sending? Let me check. Now created mail, and in the response I'll copy the response from above, copy this response, copy this response and paste in below the create or update user. Okay, we don't need the cookie, let me remove. And then also what we don't require access token is not there. And once we create, let's send that data. Okay, await data is equals to let or response. What was the response we are getting from there? Sorry, response and let me pass here response. Okay, what was the response we are getting, we will pass that. And now I think everything is fine. Let's go here and again send the request. OTP does not match, right? So what was the OTP we were receiving? We are receiving the OTP. Now before that, let me check the condition why it is not match. If the user OTP not equals to the OTP, right? In that case, we are sending the OTP. Now before that, let me check what the user actually exists. What was the OTP that actually user exists? Console log from user. Okay, let me check the data and I will say again hit the request. Okay, it still does not match. Check the condition. The OTP, okay, the OTP is in the string, but we are sending in the number type, right? So might be that could be the issue. 0898. Let me check what we are sending. We are sending 898, but this is in number form, right? In the integer. Let me send again. Yeah, there we go. We are sending we are checking that, and also email verified is true, right? Before there was no email verified, right? Email verified was false. Now we can able to verify the email. And let's go to the second scenario. And what we need to create? We need to create, let's go to the auth controller, and from there let's add the comment as well. Updating the user, updating email verified, right? Now let's go to the second condition, that is forget password. Okay, and now for the forget password, what the scenario will be? We need to, for the forget password, once they will send the email, okay, we're gonna receive the email, right? Receive email or username. So for now, let's go with the email, and later on we'll add the username as let's go for now email, and later on we'll add the username also. Okay, so for the email, let's go and check. I'll copy from above what we are doing in the login, because in the login also the same scenario. We are getting the user email and also finding. Let's copy this. Okay, I'll copy and paste here, try catch condition. And so from the email, what we are finding? We are finding the user, right? So we don't require the password here, and for now we only require the email. And if there is no user, then username or email does not exist. That is the correct condition. And we don't require that we don't require the hash password, but we require the generate token, right? So in the refresh, in the forget password, there could be the two condition. Okay, either you need the email token, or you don't need, simply you don't require the token. But if you use the token, there would be the certain you can add the duration as well, because that reset mail will be valid for certain days or certain hours, right? So for that, let me get the token as well. Okay, from there we'll get the token as well, and we will send the user, because we are getting the user from here. Now what we gonna do, we will pass the secret as user forget password. Let's pass this for the secret, and we don't need to update anything here. Okay, right now if user not found, and if the token is there, then we will need to send. The refresh token is also not required. Let me remove this, and what we required the email, and we need to send the mail again, right? So let me send the mail again. Where is the verification mail we have created? From here, and let's copy this one. Okay, verification, and also the send mail verification. Let's go here and create the another mail function. Okay, let's create the another mail function for the forget password, right? Send forget password forget password link. Okay, from there they can do. Now I will remove because I don't require the OTP as well. Here I required what we required the token, right? So instead of getting the token here, I will directly get the token inside this service, mail service. Okay, I will get the token from here, and let me import this token, and I will export this one, the mail service. And what else required? Token. I need to send the token in the verification link instead of user ID. Okay, we'll send the token, because in the previous condition we are sending the user ID to the mail, right? And then in that case we are using the user ID, but in this case we are not using the user ID, because reset password link should be valid for certain time only, right? Because if we don't provide the valid case, then in that case other can reset their password as well. So because of the security purpose, I am sending the token. Okay, also user I am getting from there. Okay, token, let me pass the token here, and then this one is the forget password. And once the forget password, when we are in this link, once they will click this link, they need to follow this link. Let me go to the front end. If you don't have the front end, then please download the front end from my previous video. Okay, or you can directly get from the Git, and you can install that project. And let me go to the forget password I have created there. I'll go from here as well. I'll split this, and let's go to the back again, root project, and cd front end, auth front end, and I'll open this project and check the routes. What was the reset password, reset link, reset route, reset password, right? So let me run this project, npm run dev, and now let's check. Let's open this link and reset password, and user need to go in this link, right? Copy, and after copying, let's paste inside this link. Where was the link? link is in this page, in this here we need to paste, right? So let me paste. Now instead of user ID I will simply send the token, right? So this will be valid for certain time, and user mail is there, and user mail, the subject will be reset password, should link reset password, your account, you can mail, let it be. And in this case what you can do, please reset password with this link. Okay, and what was our link? This one is the verification link. That means the password, reset password link, reset. Let me copy both. Control D, that means we can change in the both at a time. Reset password link now, and we don't require the OTP, right? Let me remove the OTP. OTP also we have removed. And what else we need to remove? I think everything is fine now. We need to reuse this also, okay? This mail options as well. So later on we'll remove this, we'll reuse that as well. Okay, now send forget password link. So let's go to the auth controller, and instead of this update this. Sorry, which controller we are working right now? We are working in the forget password controller, right? Okay, let me update this and get this. And in the verification OTP, what we required? We required what we are getting from there, what response we need to send? Token. Okay, we'll return back the token, and token, let's get the token from there, and simply the message will be link has been sent. Let's send this message to the response. Now this should work. Okay, now let's implement this in the routes. Well, in which routes? Auth routes. And I'll paste this auth password, forget password, and this one is for email verification, sorry, forget password API, right? So let me add this controller here as well and update. Validation we'll do later. Okay, forget password. Now the link will be, what will be the API? Forget password. Okay, now once they go here, then they will send, they will get the response link has been sent. Okay, now let's check whether it is working or not as expected. Now let's go to the Postman, create another route API request. I'll copy this and paste here. Forget password, right? So this will be the post request, and go to the body, raw, and what we required? We required the email, right? Let me send the email as well. email. What was the email? Just we have created this one, right? Now let me send the email as this one. After that, let's change the request name as well. Request name will be forget password, okay. Now let's check whether it is working or not. Save data is not defined. Let me check where we have done wrong. Here instead of save request, we need the user, right? This one is the user data. And the token also we don't required. So if you want the token sent in the front end or in the response, then you can directly paste token here, okay. For now I will send, or if you don't require, then you don't pass, okay, you remove this one. Now let's send. There we go, link has been sent, okay. Now let's check that mail. We have already created the temp mail, right? So here we'll go back to the mail, and let's hope we are getting the mail. Yeah, we are receiving the reset password mail as well, okay. So once we click this link, verify, sorry, instead of verify, what we need to do, we need to have the verify reset password. There should be, the label should be reset password, right? Reset password, and there give the certain space. So for that, this is what you can do, NVSP, that means the one space, right? So you can give the space. Now let's click in the verify. Yeah, now so what we are getting, the token as well. Now we will send this token, we'll send this token in the authorization, and also we will send the we'll send the token in the body, and also your password and the repeat password. And once the token is valid, in that case only we will allow user to update their or reset their password, okay. That could be the scenario. So let's go and also quickly create the API for the reset password, okay. We'll copy this one and paste here. From there, in the forget password, this one is for reset password, right? So from there, what we're gonna get the user data, right? We will pass that user ID here, right? And now we have accessible the user, and we need to update the user, right? Update the password. So for that, let's go above where we are updating the data. We were updating the data in the refresh token, I guess. Generate token, updating the user in the login. Yeah, let's copy this one, and pass it here. And also what we required, we need to decrypt that, right? Let's go and decrypt that. Let's go and decrypt. Where we need to decrypt, we need to hash that. Here we need to hash, copy this one, hash password, and paste inside above this when user found, then we will hash the password, okay. And because from here, from the request, what we are getting from the request dot body password, right? So because confirm password we will handle in the front end, again we will not handle here. Confirm password and then the password, and only the password will be sent from the front end. and we will do password. We can hash the password, and then we need to update the password, right? Password, and this my I have a password, paste here, and we need to update in this user, right? In this user we need to update that data. And now let's check update data and return that update data. Okay, change password data, and now it should work. User updated successfully, user updated success. Now let's go back the postman, and let's create another link. At first create the routes. Create the routes API. Inside this we'll copy reset password, and what we have created the controller name is reset password, right? Let's bring here and import that. Okay, this one is for reset password API, but make sure we need to pass this authenticated route. Okay, this one is the authenticated route. Let's pass this. Now what else we required? Go to the post. We will having the temp mail. We will get that mail from here. Let's grab that mail, copy this, and I think this mail is same, right? So let's go there, and inside the registration, let me check that mail is same or not. Yeah, the mail is also same, so I will directly send the forget password here. Forget password is this. Let me send. Yeah, we have sent that password, and let's go whether we are getting that mail or not. We received or not. Yeah, we have received that mail as well. Let's go here, and there is a forget password, right? So once let's copy this, let's click here. We are having the token, right? Because the front end is not running right now. Let me show you the front end as well. Front end npm run dev. Now here you can see we land to this reset password page, and I'm copying this token. Once I'll copy this token, I'll paste that token in the reset. Okay, authorization, and I will pass this token, and let me start the server. I think there is some issue. What was the issue? User ID. Now we are passing that token. User ID is not there. Why the user ID is not there? Let me add this one. Go above, forget password. What we are sending? User send forget password link, and let's go inside, and the forget password is there, right? The forget password key is there. Generate token. Let's go inside, and we are setting that key. In the auth middleware, we need to have this authenticated routes, because user has to pass this route, authenticated routes, right? So from there user can able to get that token. So let's go in that route, inside this route, reset password route. Let's keep this and we will pass this. Okay, invalid token, token expired, right? Reset password. So token is expired. In that case what we can do, so for now you can we will set that secret key for all, and we have the secret key for login, right? Login secret secret, and let's keep the login secret as login secret. Copy paste, and we have the reset. We need to decode the reset secret, right? So now reset secret. Okay, now let's pass this reset secret, and here we need to have certain condition. What condition we required here, because here you can see where we are directly passing this login secrets, right? So this should be passed conditionally. If we decode the token, if we want to decode the token for the login, then in that case we need to pass the login secret. But if we need to pass the token, if we need to decode the token for the reset password, in that case we need to pass the from which secret we are hashing, we are getting the token. Let's see, we are passing the forget password, right? So let's replace this, and now process sys.env dot, what was the name, reset secret, right? And I'll replace this as well in here in the auth middleware. So we have the one condition for the reset and the another condition for login secrets, right? Login secrets. So we have the two things are there, we have two things in there. And now we need to determine which API is being solved at first, right? Now that means you can go to the routes, and there you can see we have the multiple API, right? And we have used the same function for these two, right? And at first we need to know which API is being solved, right? Either that is from user or that is from reset password. If the if the user is hitting this API, in that case we need to decode the token by using these secrets, right? But if the user are using this API, then in that case what we need to pass, we need to pass the login routes, right? From there we need to decode, right, for the middleware. And let's go here, and what we can do, determine which API is being solved. Okay, at first we'll check that, and for that let's do let the secret key is nothing for now. Okay, if request.path, we can find the path in this way. Request.path starts with /reset password. What was the name, route name? Let me check. Yeah, this one is the route name, right? So let's go here and go to the auth middleware, and you can pass this because this should match. Okay, if this match, in that case what you can do, secret key is equals to what could be the secret key for this, process.env reset secret. Okay, else if nothing is matched, in that case we will default pass the secret key as login secret. Okay, now the current secret key will be available here, okay, in this variable, that is secret key. And let's go here and replace with this. Now I think it should work. Let's go and again pass. Okay, let's check the body. We have the password as well. Let's pass, and still there is a token expired. And let's check the authorization header. What was the token? Token is this, right? Bearers and the token. Now I think we have this, we need to check this condition here as well, right? Because we are passing access token is also available in the access, I think cookie is also available in the access token. Because of that cookies data is storing in the token. So for that, what you can do, let's copy this one and paste in the top. Okay, before that, paste in the top. And now what we need to do, let's set the token also in this way, and remove the const from there, and let's add the let for that. And then you can pass this. If the default condition, if there is a else, then we will directly fetch from here. Otherwise, what we can do, token request header that barriers, right? So let's pass. Now the token also will be changed. Now let's check, pass that. So still there is a issue, right? What was the issue? Now let's check the request path here. Okay, console log the request path, and let's send what we are getting. The request path, from the request path we are getting this one, right? But why is this not working? Starts with, let me copy whole this and paste inside this one. Yes, sorry, after this. Now let's check. Now let's go, what was the issue? We will find here true, the condition is true. Okay, now let's again send. Let's go to the forget password and send this. Okay, we are getting this token. Let's copy this token, go to the reset, and in the barriers token, barriers, let's pass this one. And in the key, what you required, you need to pass the password, right? Let's send. Yeah, that is working, right? So we are updating the password as well, and let's check with this password. Now login, go to the login and add this password, and also the email. Recently we have changed the password. Previously there was the password, right? We have changed the password for 123, password 123, and login. Try to log in, whether this is working or not. Let's check. Yeah, there we go, we can log in, right? And now the password will not match if we use the old password. Let's send. See, the password does not match, right? Now I think you got my point. And also check for the yeah, in the login also it's working fine. And once the login, pass 123 and send, we are also setting the cookie. Here you can see the cookie. And let's go to the find by ID, because this is the authenticated route, right? This should also work. Let me send. We are getting the user details, and this one is also working fine. Now we need to have the another API for logout, right? Forget password also we have done, and then the reset password also we have done. And let's go for the one route, that is logout. Exports dot logout controller async. Okay, inside that async, request response next. And now here the logout, for the logout the user must be logged in, right? So in that case, what we can do, so they must have the token, and we will get the user ID, right? We will be having the user ID. Now for the logout, what you can do, const user ID requested user dot id. Once we get the user ID, again we need to check the user, if the user is available or not, right? So this condition should be in this everywhere. So where was the user? User will be, let's check the user, find user, okay, try catch. Now let's find the user, okay, and let's not pass this one also, we don't require this also. And if the user is there, what we can do, clear the cookie, response res dot clear cookie, okay, that is access token, and the option for HTTP only, that will be the true, and the secure will be false, so only for the locally, okay. Once we're in the production, then in that case that should be true. Same site lags, okay, and this is for clearing the cookie, right? Clearing the cookie, and also clear the cookie for refresh token as well, we don't require that token. And now what we can do, we can send the response res.status 200.json error false, and then the message will be logout, okay, logout success. Now let's go and check what are the things missing from there. Figma, I think what are the APIs are missing from there. Let's go check here. Login, forget, reset we have done, registration login also done, verify OTP also we have done, reset password, logout, yeah, we have done all, right? So now what we need to have, we need to optimize our code, okay. Let's optimize this one, or what else we can do, we can directly go to the front end and let's complete the front end part, and then we'll optimize this one, okay. We need to have the role based access, right, and also some of the API we required. So for now I will implement the role based, okay, and let's create the role based system at first, and then other we will do, okay. Here let's add the role, and inside the role give the type as string, okay, you can provide the string, and also give the default let's keep the enum value, okay. There will be the multiple choice for the role, and in our case there will be the admin and user, okay. So basically role will be handled in the two cases. This one is the first approach, and I think this is not for the scalable, and if you want to go for the scalable, and that should be the role assigning should be the dynamic, okay. So user can create the permission we will manage dynamically in that case. So for now what I'm supposed to do, I will bring that in the later video, but for now I will manage the role base and handle the routes accordingly, okay. So what types of user what types of role you want to create, then you add in the enum. Okay, inside the enum, let's add the user. We have the user and another is admin, right? So now let's pass the default value. For the default value, what you can pass default, and in the default let's pass user. Okay, let's pass the user, and we have exported the schema as well, right? So let's now go to the auth middleware. Okay, inside the auth middleware, what we can do, so here let's go and then add exports dot authorize. We need to authorize that user, right? Authorize is equals to, but we are getting the roles, and we are passing this middleware, right? Roles, let's pass this role return request response and then the next. Okay, so once you pass this, if user, if the roles dot includes, what you can check, we are getting request dot user dot role, because we need to pass the role here, so we are not passing the role right now. Where we need to pass that role when we are calling this function here. See, we are passing the email, right? In the case of email, let's pass the role, or also you can add the another field for the role. Okay, so now let's go here, and from there what you can do, role, if the role is there, then what we can do, return, if not match, in that case return response dot status. Okay, 403 unauthorized, and the JSON in the message, let's pass the message access, right? And simply pass the next. Okay, if the role matched, then in that case simply we need to go the next condition. Okay, if not, then we need to pass forbidden issue. So now from where we are calling this function, let me check. Token generate token in the login, I think. Let's go inside the login, user dot role. Okay, user dot role you can pass here, and also for the refresh token, we also pass that. Okay, user dot role in the key role. Okay, we will pass that, and multi good, we will get the user, and user is there, and we are passing the enum value admin authenticated routes, and let's go to the authenticated routes, and now user will be accessible only for admin. Let's check that. Okay, authorize, now create the another function for the list of user. Okay, this one is the single user, the profile. User can get the profile, but super admin get the list of user. Okay, but user can't get the list of user. So let's implement that here. Here to get the collection of user, so this API for the collection of user, this is for the to get the user profile. Okay, so I think we have exported from here, authorize, let's get this and pass inside the route. Okay, here, and simply pass the import this one, import, and pass the role, what the to which user to which role you want to give the access. You want to give the access for admin, right? So let's pass the admin. And now let's go inside the at first what you can do, let's create the user and normal user and then the admin user. Okay, two user we need to create from there. Okay, and also we need to store that admin as well, right? So from where you can do that, in the register. Okay, in the register, let's go to the register function. In the register, we find the user by this and as that, and in the save data we need to pass role as well. Okay, role. Okay, we need to pass that role as well. And if there is no role, then in that case what you can do, in that case you can simply pass, or you don't need to pass anything, because in the default case if there is no role, that will default will be the user. Okay, so here get user and get user by user ID. Now here we need to get the user. Okay, user collection, get all user, and where we need to add this controller, we need to add this controller inside this auth controller, right? So here in the top, let's copy and paste this function above. Okay, and I'll pass this name, and I hope this will be available here now. Yeah, available. Now, so in the request params, so we don't need to check this one, only we need to pass the find user. So this will find the user and we don't need to pass this ID as well. And there, if no user, so we don't need to check this access condition also. If there is a user, then we will send the user. If not, then we will not send the user. Okay, now let me start the server and let's add the users. Okay, meaningful name, this is the collection of user, right? So let's check the condition, verify at first. So if there is no data, then in that case it will find all the data. Okay, auth routes, and in the case of users, let's send the users. Okay, let's send the users, and before that we need to register, right? What data we required? Email, and then let's add the password as well, password, and add the role as well, role admin, username. Okay, now let's send. I have added the data this, and then send. We have created the admin, role is admin, right? And paste inside the login. So let's replace this with admin123 and send. Yeah, now check the user, we got the user as well, and we need to get the collection of user as well, right? Now let's add the request, and instead of user I will add the users. Okay, and this should also give me the user list, right? See, we are getting the list of users, but we have the 3 data, but we are getting only 1 data, right? So why is that? Get all user, okay, and find user. Okay, we are not getting all, right? Find, what was the key? Oh, we are using the find one, right? Because of this we are getting this issue. This will give you the first value. So let's create another function for this. Async get all user, and now return user dot find, and let's pass await here. Now let's check, get this, we haven't exported this one, right? So let's go and get that user. Okay, now it must work. Let's check again. Send. Yeah, we are getting the collection of user, right? Other user cannot able to get this user, so let me revert that previous login. Okay, and now try to get that user. Sorry, the you don't have the access, right? So only user can get this access, but the particular user can get this resource. Okay, let's send. Should able to get this resource because we haven't passed these routes. Here you can see we haven't passed this authorize here, right? So because of that, let me check. Now let's go inside this one and send it. See, we can able to get the type. User type is role. Sorry, the user role is role is user, and they can't able to get the all user, right? So this makes sense. Now what all we required to manage the folder structures code, and we have to clean this, right? Clean this one, right? So let's clean this one. Create a function. Okay, const start server and async. Now let's pass this function here. Okay, you will start this once the entry point once you enter to this we entered to this main file, then this will start the server. Now what we required, we require the express file, right? So express file, and also we require the port. Okay, from where we are getting the port, let's define in the env port. Let's keep the port as 5000. Okay, and 5500, and if there is a port, then process.env.port. okay, or we'll take this, and now the port is there 5500. And now what we required, we required this file json cookie parse auth, and I'll create the db here. Inside the config, I'll create the config file, config for the database.js. okay, and let me copy and paste inside this, Control X and paste, and I'll create one function. Okay, and also along with this, let's copy the imports as well. Imports is mongoose. Now I'll paste that mongoose also in the above. Paste that. Okay, now this will be also coming from process.env, that means env, right? So let's go dv url is equals to this one project, and bring this inside here, process.env dot that file name, env key. After that we are passing that url. okay, if that is there, or else what we can pass this url as well. If there is a url, or else, or you can pass this url as well. Export dot dv connection or dv connect. okay, this will be async, right? So let me pass that inside this one. Let me pass this. okay, and once I pass this, Let me get this here. DV connect and import this from config. Oh wait, this one for database connection. Okay, and now what else we required? We required this, all right. So for that, app from here, or app config, and I will bring this here inside this. Okay, app config, and inside the app config, exports dot, let's give the app config, and from there what we are getting, we will be getting what we are getting. We are getting the app from there, right? So here you can see we need to pass this app. Okay, so also we need to pass the port. Okay, port we don't need to pass. Okay, port we will be getting inside this, also inside the config, app config, and here you will get the port because we are listening the port there, right? So now app config, we have exported that, and let me paste, let me bring that inside there, inside this exports. Okay, and now I think entry point mismatch, slash middleware slash intermediate. Yeah, so here also let's add the double slash, double dot and config, and the cookie parser will get from there. Cookie parser u0 handler. Okay, we are passing there, and the port is also there. And now what went wrong, we need to get that, right? So app config, oh wait, app config, or you can name it app config, or anything you can use there. Okay, yeah, we need to pass the app. Now the express.json, also there we required the express. Okay, express, copy and paste it inside above express. Okay, I think everything is fine, right? So here you can see we have the express and DV connection, app default config. So I think now we have done the pretty much well. Now let's check either there is any issue or not. Let's log in with that same credential. Yeah, there we go, we can log in as well. Role and email, get user, sorry, no, this user can't able to get the user. Okay, so now in the database we have done this. In the config we have added this routes. Okay, now what else we required? I'll remove this. And here previously I have planned to do the mail verify only, but one of my viewer told me to also integrate the Twilio SMS verification for the phone number. Okay, phone number verify. So for that I will integrate the SMS OTP as well. Let's create the schema, update the schema quickly. So for the phone number, I think we have created the phone, we don't have the phone number field as well, right? So phone number field, let's update that. Phone number, okay, type string and phone OTP, because we will receive the OTP in the phone number. String, we have created the two fields for the phone number and then the OTP, right? Generate the OTP. So I'll copy this and paste here. Okay, and another will be verify OTP controller. Okay, there will be the two controller. In the send OTP controller, what we can do, we will get the phone number, okay, that particular user phone number from the body. Okay, after that we will generate the OTP. We have the OTP generation modules where we have created here. So let's generate the OTP, and in the auth controller paste that inside, and this will generate the OTP. Okay, const OTP, and let's find the user at first, and let's add the try catch. We have the find method for the user, right? We have already created, and let's find by the phone number. Okay, we have create while registering we will add the phone number. Okay, so let's go here. We require the phone as well. Let's pass this phone now, and here once we got the OTP, then what we'll do, we'll find that user by phone number, then from there we'll get the user, right? Find user, that means we'll get the user, and after that what we'll need to do, you need to have the service to send the OTP, right? So for that, let's go to the Twilio, and now I haven't registered, then you can start with the free, but I have already created the account. We have the SID, right? We have the SID and then the auth token. You require SID, auth token, and then the phone number. Okay, the Twilio phone number that will provide it in the trial, and if you have the trial account, then you will get the phone number. Now I have generated the Twilio number, and once you get the number, okay, so you can use that number in your config in the ANV. Same I have added here. Okay, and so once you have added the Twilio phone number, that is from which number you are sending, so that will be provided by the Twilio. This number will be generated from there. I'll go here and go to the service. Where is the service? We have the user service, verification service, and create the another service. For what service we required? We require the SMS service, right? Services.js. Okay, now let's go the mail service. I'll copy this one, okay, and go inside, and here send, I will export the send OTP verification. Okay, and I will pass this, export this one. Now I don't require this function, I just require the OTP. Okay, and I'll return the OTP verification OTP. And here what I will do, install the Twilio. Okay, install the Twilio at first. Let's check SID and then the required SID. Okay, now let's get this and paste inside. So install. So once you install this, and let's start implement. Okay, we required the Twilio at first. Okay, const client is equals to new JWT Twilio process.env.Twilio SID process.env, and here I required. Now I'll get this client. Await client dot messages. So I need to create the messages. Okay, create, and here in the body what will pass, what will be the OTP? Our OTP will be the verification OTP, right? Verification OTP. And now once I'll create this from process process.env dot Twilio phone number. Now what I'll do, Now simply return this OTP, and we don't require the user here, and return the OTP, and we'll get that OTP here. Okay, we don't require this. I'll get the OTP. User will be there. If no user, then what I should return? I should return this user not found. Get that phone number, OTP from here, auth service, SMS service. Get this verification code from the send OTP verification, and you will get the verification OTP, right? And const verification OTP is equals to this one, right? And we need to await, and once you got the user, and in the response what will add? Message sent success. Okay, now again we need to go to the routes, the auth routes, and let's create the routes. For that, let me pass here also. In the logout we have done already, but we haven't added this in the auth controller. Let me get this as well, logout. I think this one is the logout controller, and go to the routes and add that logout controller here as well, and let's add this. And now there is issue, I think we haven't imported this one. Let's import, and now it should not show any issue. And let me remove the authenticated routes. We don't require this. Get route, right? So this should be the post route. So also we'll return back the OTP. Okay, we are getting the OTP or not. OTP will add the OTP, and also okay, now console log as well for in there. Here once we send the SMS, then we need to store this OTP also. Okay, and then only we need to check and verify that. Okay, now let's send the phone from here, where we have get that services here, auth controller, and we need to pass this phone number. Okay, let's pass. We are passing that number, and also we are getting the OTP. Okay, now let's check here. You can see here, and we are sending this number, and make sure in the Twilio here your number must be verified. Okay, in the caller ID, then only your Twilio will work as expected. Now let me send it again, and there we go, we got the number. Okay, now let's create another function. Let's create another function for that. Okay, because we need to verify that number. Okay, now let's create another function for that, and before that we need to store this, right? So let me store. We have the store function here. We need to update that Twilio. Create or update the user. Okay, here I'll bring this function, and I will pass just below once we got the OTP, and once the send phone number verification is success. Okay, and let's get that OTP, and OTP we are capturing here, and I will pass that OTP. Yeah, I'll pass. And also we have the user, and we are passing this to the user and updating. Okay, where we will show the OTP and then the data as well. That means the updated data. And now once the updated data will be there, and I will create another function to verify that. Okay, once we store that OTP, and they will receive that OTP from here, and also we will store that OTP in our database. And once they send that OTP, then we need to verify, right? So for that, let me create a function quickly. Verify OTP, and const we need to get the phone number from there, and then the OTP, right, from the API. And once we capture that, then let's add the try catch block. Same we'll do here as well. We'll find that user, okay, with the phone number, and also we'll check the another condition if the OTP is not there, because we are updating with this key here. You can see phone OTP, right? So we are checking that not equals to OTP. That means the OTP we are getting from here, right? The message will be invalid OTP. Okay, and then once we'll get that, then we need to update, right? We'll get that number, and also we need to update that phone number verified. Okay, in the initial case the phone number verified will be false, right? And in the second case we need to pass the phone number verified true. Okay, so let's go here in the auth controller, and now so what we'll do, we will again update that. So the field name is, sorry, we haven't changed, phone verified. Phone verified should be true, right? So let's go there in the auth controller and pass that phone verified, and should be true, right? And this should be updated in the user table, and I will pass that response here as well. I'll copy this, phone number verified success, and now we will pass that data as well here. Sorry, we'll pass that updated data here as well, and the error next we'll pass to the middleware error. We'll catch from there, right? So here also, here we are passing the error, and also here we'll pass that error. So we have created the send OTP and also the verified OTP. Let's go here, and after that let's create the route for this to verify phone number. This one is the controller. I'll copy this and paste here, and instead of verify, let's paste here and import that function. And I think the name here, in this name, which there should be the phone OTP or OTP phone. Let's add phone OTP here, OTP, and here what will be the verify phone number. I think this makes sense, right? So let's go to the postman again, and we'll try again. Let's copy this, and from this request we will get the OTP, right? And once the OTP is there, we will create another request. I'll rename this at first get phone OTP, and now add another request for, I think this makes sense, and copy this and pass this, and also the post request should be there. And now let's check, get this phone verify, and now send this. Okay, now what are the thing we need to pass? Here we got the OTP, right? Copy this OTP, copy this OTP, paste here the OTP, and also what will required, we require the phone number, right? So we use this phone number, that means we'll use this phone number here also. So pass this phone number as well. Now I think this should work, right? So let me check once again if there's anything wrong or not. We have imported this as well, right? So let's go to the verify controller and phone number, OTP, create user, and update verified phone number, phone verified true, and updating in the user and data. Yeah, I think this should work. Okay, let me say send. Invalid OTP, right? So this could be the issue from, let me pass this again, update user dot save is not a function, and because of that it's causing the issue. So we need to add the await here, because we are dealing with the database, right? So it will take some time to fetch the user, and now it should work. Let's send it again. Yeah, there we go. We have the phone OTP as well, right? We have updated this, and copy this phone OTP, and again pass this the verify OTP, and pass this verify OTP, and this one is the OTP, and now again send invalid OTP, right? So what was the issue? Let me check. Yeah, we have in the string, so because of that we need to pass in the string, right? So let me pass it again. So again there is a issue there, we haven't fixed this. Let me check again. Here find user, here also we haven't passed this. Oh wait, and now it should work. User phone OTP, and from there we'll getting the phone OTP, and then it should work. Let me send it again. Sorry, this will again generate new token. Let me pass it here, and now try invalid OTP, right? So why it's invalid OTP? From line 344, right? 344. Let me check. Now send it again. Send 344. Let me check now. 344 from user line 344, and we are getting, okay, we are updating the user, this one, the OTP from the user we are getting 362202, but we are passing the OTP 65089898, right? So let's check. So let's pass this OTP because this will update later. Okay, so I think that could be the issue. Let me pass this and send it again. Yeah, there we go. Now this OTP we have passed, this is also working fine, and also the phone verified also true, and also the email verified true, right? I think you got my point. And now here also we need to add the rate limiter. Okay, because what is the purpose of rate limiter? Let me show you, and also I have explained you here. Let me showcase you why we need the rate limiter here. Rate limiter, we have input validation we have done, and for the to prevent the brute force attack by limiting the numbers of login attempts. Okay, if the user attempts the login number of times, okay, let's say more than 5 times, then in that time we need to limit. So we need to throw the message called too many attempts, please try again later. Okay, let's achieve that. I think that is only necessary for the login, because the some user try to same like us, like a developer, they might, or the hackers, they might try to log in multiple times from the same account. So because of that, in order to prevent them, so we will implement the rate limiting, and also for the large scale, rate limiting could be the better option for you. So because of that, I have added this point as well for you. Okay, and also after that we'll use the helmet. And what is the use of helmet is, helmet is mostly implemented for the cross-site scripting, because that there I'll show you the helmet as well. Let's discuss at first helmet. So that can mitigate the many attacks, okay, cross origins, and this will allow you the different options for that. Okay, also the XSS protection, okay, legacy headers that tries to mitigate the XSS attack but makes things way worse, so the helmet digests it. So in that case we will use the helmet. Okay, so we don't need to do anything, only we need to set up the helmet, and we need to pass in this way. Okay, app.use and helmet we need to pass in this way, and let's achieve this. And before that, let's make the middleware. Okay, we need to implement for the limiters, and for that let me create the .js. And so here what I will do, we will limit the user, we limit the request. Okay, so for that, before that, let me directly go and get the package. I'll install this. Okay, once you install, then that will be available, and create here. Okay, login limiter. Okay, so we'll set this 15 minutes. Okay, so basically this means the time window in milliseconds for which the rate limiting will apply. Okay, in this case, and we are setting it to the 15 minutes, and the first parameter will be the 15 minutes, 60 second, and 100 milliseconds, 1000 milliseconds we are passing. And after that, let's pass the max. Okay, maximum time allowed date. Okay, maximum time allowed date with the single IP. So for that, let's pass for now 5, and then the message, what message we need to pass. Okay, so the message will be the later. Okay, so let's pass this message, and we need to import this rate limit. Okay, from there modules dot exports equals to login rate limiting, right? So let's get that inside the routes, login routes, and pass that. Okay, now I can pass. Now there is a login. Okay, let me send this login again and again. See what we are getting, too many login attempts, please try again, right? So this we want to achieve. Also we have the one case I have told you to handle the XSR, right? So that will be handled by this. Okay, helmet. So for the helmet, let me import this quickly. Install. So we have installed the helmet as well, right? We have created the config for there, right? So here app.use, and this will automatically verified for cross scripting. Okay, so let me add at first. So in order to try this, we need to have the front end, okay, for the helmet, because there in the network we need to check this. I think we have missed something in the auth controller, right? So let me check what we're missing, and we are adding the field as well. We have added the rules, and then register, find user. This should be the username, and from either username or password we need to get that. Okay, for now let's, I think all the API are ready for the front end, and also the edit profile is not ready, right? So for that, so we will implement later. Now I will directly push this file to the deployment. Okay, so for the deployment we have renderer, so this will give the free, and you will host freely in here. So here I'll sign in. If you don't have the account, then you can please create the account here. Okay, and let me logged in. Okay, now let's at first, before doing this, we need to upload this file in the GitHub. Okay, from there you can link. So I'll go to the GitHub and create one repo, auth server wave, and I'll copy this. Okay, I will add this here. So let me add the git ignore as well. Just these three things not required. Now let me post this. Git add git commit -m server updated backend file. Now let me push this. Git push origin main. Okay, we need to push this in main. So once I push this, let me go to this here. No, let me go this, and also, and in the renderer I'll create the new project, and the project name will be, okay, create, go here and give the public repository. Okay, once you connect this web app production node main source, and in our case there is no source, there is the index.js. Free SMTP user, let's add this SMTP pass, add SMTP pass, and SMTP user, SMTP user, login secret, reset secret, reset. Okay, for the MongoDB we need to provide the okay, we need to use the Atlas. Okay, because we are dealing with the local DB, right? So for also I'll add the QLS ID, and pass this QLS auth token. I'll add this, copy this and paste here, and phone also you need to require, pass this and pass the value as well. Okay, MongoDB URL will add later. Okay, here. So for now let's deploy. Okay, and we'll add the DB later. Service root directory setting. So from here we don't have the source, right? Source will not be there, and it's update fields. Okay, let's wait for the log. Now it should work. Let's quickly go for create. I have already have the account, and I'll use that account. Email, database, IP address. Okay, once you have added this, and we need to go to the connect, and from here what we'll get that driver. So let me copy this connection string, and I'll add this, and in the password I'll add this password. I'll copy this production string at first. Let me add this. So I think there might be other issue as well. Building, okay, it's deploying. Let's check what was the issue. Let me check the logs. Cannot find the config/database index.js. Okay, don't require to pass this one. Database here is the wrong. -m fixed get post origin and let's deploy again. It's deploying the URL. We need the URL, right? Now we have successfully deployed, right? So now I'll check here, register, right? See, this one is working fine, right? So now everything is working fine, and I'll go to the front end and let's start. Okay,